Good afternoon, and welcome to the afternoon session of the Landmarks Preservation Commission public hearing and public meeting of July 14. We are returning with public hearing item number 6, and I will turn it over to our Director of Preservation, Corey Harala.
Thank you. Public hearing item number 6 is LPC 26-09804, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 84, Lot 7501, 140 West Street, the Barclay Vasey Building individual landmark. This is an Art Deco style office building designed by Ralph Walker and built in 1932 to 37, and the application is to install a barrier-free access ramp.
Good afternoon. My name is Fatih Ergun. I'm representing Marin Architects here. As Corey said, we're seeking for a certificate of appropriateness for the non-permanent ramp application that will be proposed to install on the sidewalk on 140 West Street. The building has been landmarked interior and exterior since 1991. It is the Art Deco style building. So the design approach for I'm just going to skip. The location is at Barclay Street and West Street, at the corner of Barclay and West Street. And some details of the building's exterior. This is the front of the building, front of the interior space. The space is it's a restaurant space for this bowl. This is the corner shot. And on the floor, you could see the access panels for the floodgates, which needs to be brought up from time to time. This is where we are actually installing the ramp. From another angle, from Barclay towards the West Street. The proposed ramp is, so the design intent of the ramp is rather than creating a sculptural or like decorative ramp, we just wanted to make sure that our design language does not fight with Walker's facade. And we just didn't want to add a second language. That's why we chose a deliberate attempt to make a utilitarian ramp. The design language is very straightforward, no busy detail, simple and direct. So the ramp reads as a functional streetscape infrastructure, present and code compliant, but quiet. So the eye stays on the landmark, not on the ramp itself. So the design intent come with a challenge, which was the reversibility. So we had to make sure that the ramp is removable. So we designed a custom ramp that can be put together or dismantled as needed when the floodgates had to be installed. So the other challenge is how do we not create a permanent structure and basically attach on the facade of the building. So by the time this ramp is removed, so everything goes back to zero. The building exterior does never get impacted by this ramp. So there's no drilling, no anchoring on the facade. So everything happens within the sidewalk. From another angle. So the ramp goes only up 6 inches. That's very minimal. That's why we eliminate all the guardrails. So we just stick to handrails strictly. The materials are recessive and synthetic. The walking surface is black aluminum diamond plate. The railings are wrought iron. Both were selected to be reseated rather than announced themselves. The dark and matte palette color works well with the building exterior, obviously with the traditional storefront material. In addition to the ramp, we have the actuator button right up against the wall, but that also does not get attached to the wall. It is happening only on the sidewalk, strictly. And in the process, we're not touching any existing railing, so we're just using them as part of our assembly. We're not putting anything on top of it, just purely simple ramp. Some of the details and dimensions of the ramp, as I said, it only goes up 6 inches, so that's very small increase in height. Another angle. The railing itself and the base are two separate pieces and can be detached as needed. So because we just want to make sure that it's easy to remove it. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Chu?
One quick question. Could you have flipped it, or was it a problem because the ramp went over a grading?
Um,
You go to that plan or, yeah, that view,
Oh, here.
actually, that view is pretty good.
I think the grading was the issue.
The grading.
Yes.
Because that corner, I work on One World Trader right in front of this. And that corner is a bit of a blind
Yes,
corner, and people
the
come
wall-
around there
yeah.
and they'll hit that rail.
Right.
It's tight. I see, you can't because you'll be over
Right. Yes.
the grading if you flipped it.
I believe
Okay.
it's a vault. So just
vault,
didn't
yeah.
want to go over it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Wilder?
Your drawing, your elevation section. Rendering is off.
We rendered based on the 3D model, and I think it should be matching, but I would say the drawing overrides the rendering in case something happens. But the dimensions are basically looks wider because I think because of the perspective and an angle.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, not seeing any. And is there anybody in the room that would like to testify? Okay, let's move to Elizabeth Lee for Zoom testimony.
Those joining Zoom who wish to speak, please use the raise hand function. Seeing none, a note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 1 recommends approval.
Okay, you're welcome to respond to that testimony if you like of community board approval. You don't have to.
Thank you so much. I have nothing else to say.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's close the hearing and move to discussion. Commissioner Mahan, can you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Commissioner Wilder, can you second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The hearing is closed. So commissioners, there are various rules that allow staff to approve modest barrier-free access ramps. But because this discrete ramp on this very large building has a handrail and is at an individual landmark, this one doesn't meet the rules. And, you know, whether we want to have a big discussion about this or somebody, Commissioner.
When the rules were developed for barrier-free access, that chapter, I think we took into account that very simple ramps that are under 6 inches or less that don't need a handrail have such a minimal impact that they could always be staff level. But once a railing is a part of it, there are some staff level options for buildings in historic districts. But I think as, you know, generally individual landmarks are given a little bit more of a closer look. We kind of kept that into the type of thing that the commission would review. But not anticipating maybe a very, very simple ramp like this one. I'll also point out as an individual landmark, like most of them, the sidewalk is often not even part of the landmark site. So it's really just that this kind of sits on the little bit of a stone step near grade and has a connection to it. This is the reason we're looking at it in that sense.
Commissioner Goldblum, would you like to?
Appropriate.
Okay, does anybody have a different opinion? Okay, then maybe we could just read the motion then.
Second.
There we go. Okay, regarding 140 West Street, Barclay Vesey Building individual landmark, the application is to install a barrier-free access ramp. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed work will not damage or eliminate any significant architectural features, that the existing grade steps, flared metal railings will be retained, and ramp installation will be reversible. Proposed ramp will provide barrier-free access into a corner storefront in the least intrusive manner possible. Will be modest in scale, have discrete presence at this large, full-block building. That the proposed ramp is simple and utilitarian in design, featuring dark metal ramp surface. Railings will harmonize with the materials palette of the historic metalwork of this building, and the proposed work will not detract from the special architectural and historic character of the individual landmark. Period.
Second.
And Mark, can you call the vote?
Chair Savage,
Aye.
Vice Chair Master,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Chu,
Aye.
Commissioner Ginsburg,
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum,
Aye.
Commissioner Quimby,
Aye.
Commissioner Mahan,
Aye.
Commissioner Wilder.
Aye.
With nine, with 9 in favor, none opposed, the motion passes.
Okay, that's been approved. Please continue to work with the staff. Let's move to the next item.
Next item is public hearing item number 7, LPC 26-09196. An application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 106, Lot 17, 320 Pearl Street in the South Street Seaport Historic District. This is a hotel building designed by Gene Kaufman and built in 2001 to 2005. And the application is to to apply a privacy film at windows.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Abby Hurlbut, Preservation Staff. This application before you is for work here at 320 Pearl Street, which is a modern building approved under Certificate of Appropriateness and built in 2001 to 2005. The building is located on Pearl Street between Peck Slip and Dover Street in the South Street Seaport Historic District. And as Corey mentioned, the application is to apply a translucent privacy film at the interior of all of the windows throughout the primary facade. Now, the staff is only allowed to approve this type of film if the scope is limited at the primary facade. So for instance, if there was a line of bathroom windows, we could approve that on the primary facade, but we can't do the full primary facade with interior film. So that is why this is before you today. So the applicant has done a mock-up, and you can see here, this is the mock-up of the interior film. You can see it here, and this is without the film. Okay. So the applicant is here to answer any questions and to explain why this is needed if you are curious.
That's all the windows up front?
Yep.
And all the way up.
Yep. All right. I don't know why it's needed.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Johnny Wong from Breaking Ground. I'm a project manager for this project. So the reason why we want to apply the privacy film is because we want to provide privacy for the tenant that's living there, and for to keep away from public viewing inside the tenant unit. And we have previous application for the rear side that's facing the school. So we have gotten that approved, and everything is applied for the rear units for the privacy film.
Curtains, window shades, all that
Oh,
stuff.
Can I just no, this was at the request of the community? Is that right?
Yes,
To
correct.
have this film for this particular,
Yes, that is correct.
Goodness. All right.
and I also want to note that the commission did approve the same film in the rear of the building as
Yeah,
well for the same
correct.
purpose.
Is it a single tenant in the whole building?
Sorry?
Is it a single tenant? in
Could
the
you
entire-
explain maybe you could explain Breaking Ground's mission?
Okay, so Breaking Ground is like a is a shelter. So we provide housing for people. So on the rear side, we have tenant that's currently living there. And to provide the privacy film is the promise and to the community board, and just to provide privacy for the tenant as well.
Well, I think, look, I think maybe we don't want to speculate too much, but I think this was a request of the community board. You know, there's a school nearby, as I recall, also for, you know, the tenants, you know, so I think this is, you know, mutually requested.
And it's a film on side face.
Yes, everything would be installed from the inside. Yes.
And all obviously reversible. Commissioner Wilder?
What's the issue with other forms of like curtains or anything like that?
I think this would be the best way because to prevent any tampering, this would be the best solution for us because we have no issue currently to date since we installed the privacy film on the back for 6 months. So this would be the best way and it's tested. So like this is the way that we decide to go forward with the primary facade.
Okay, do we have any other questions? Okay, then if not, let's move to testimony. Is there anybody in the room that would like to speak on this item? Okay, not seeing anybody. Let's see if there's anybody on Zoom. Elizabeth?
Those joining via Zoom who wish to speak, please use the raise hand function. Seeing none, a note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 1 recommends approval of the window tinting at the bottom sashes of the windows.
Okay,
That's not what the application is for. The application is for both sashes of the window, and I think there's also a screen, you know, if someone were to raise the window, but the tenting would be applied to both sashes. The screen itself would meet staff rules, so that's not the issue here. It's the film.
okay. So assuming no final questions, let's move to discussion. So Commissioner, let's see, Commissioner Chu. Commissioner Chu, can you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
And Commissioner Quimby, would you second that motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed. So, you know, as we've heard, this is another application for applying film to windows, but this time on a new building, a 2005 building. And staff, as I noted, staff approved the film on the rear where it wasn't visible, but the rules don't allow them to approve them on the entire front facade. Commissioner Chen, could you start the discussion?
Given the circumstances, I see no problem with the application. I think it's I guess it's also removable down the road if there's a different opinion. And given that it's a request from the community, I think I can find it appropriate.
Okay, does anybody have further thoughts? Okay,
I just have one question. Is it frosted or is it tinted or is it both? That wasn't clear to me.
My understanding is that it's a typical grayscale sort of translucent film, not anything tinted with a particular color. So it would look much like the application we saw earlier through that storefront where it.
Frosting doesn't necessarily have a color.
It's not a solid sort of white frosting. It's
color. It's just
no color. I think that's there now. I know it's got a bit of color in that rendering, but that's not actually there. I think that's just the photo picking something up. It's just a typical.
What I'm saying is it says tint, and to me, it's a frost. It's not a tint. It says tint. Tint means it's got sunglasses on, and that's what
I think it just may be the way they've described it here in the caption, but our understanding is it's very much like what we saw earlier on that storefront window.
Okay. I mean, that's my only comment is I think that the frosting to obscure view, but still allows light is good, but tinting is not good.
Okay. In the matter of LPC 26-09196, 320 Pearl Street, South Street Seaport Historic District, the application is to apply privacy film at windows, noting the building is not one of which the South Street Seaport Historic District was designated. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed work will not damage or eliminate any significant architectural features, that the proposed film will be installed at the interior face of the glazing and will be fully reversible, that the translucent film will allow the window to retain a degree of transparency consistent with the traditional appearance and function of fenestration within the historic district, that the application of the translucent film to all windows at the primary facade will be a discrete intervention that provide privacy for the proposed use of this modern building without calling undue attention to the installation or detracting from the character of the streetscape or the historic district.
Commissioner Chu, can you second the motion?
Second.
Mark, can you call the vote?
Director Savage,
Aye.
Vice Chair Master,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Chu,
Aye.
Commissioner Ginsburg. Oh, please recuse, sorry. Commissioner Goldblum, Commissioner Quimby,
Aye.
Commissioner Mayan,
Aye.
Commissioner Wilder.
Aye.
With 8 in favor and none opposed, the motion passes.
Sorry, before we move forward, I should have noted earlier that Commissioner Ginsburg was recused from this item. Okay, that's been approved. Please continue to work with staff. Let's move to the next item.
Next item is public hearing item number 8, LPC 26-10632. An application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 518, Lot 4, 44 MacDougal Street in the Sullivan-Thompson Historic District. This is a federal-style row house built circa 1826 to 27 with later alterations, and the application is to construct rear yard and rooftop additions and replace ground floor infill and windows.
Hi, I'm Jean-Gabriel Newcomb, Principal JG Newcomb Architecture. I want to thank you all for being here and hearing me out on our proposed renovation of 44 MacDougal in the West Village. I'm going to go through, it's a somewhat substantial renovation. So I'm going to go through in different chapters explaining building history, context, the floor plan, sightline, front facade and rear facade are really the two main areas that I want to present, and a little bit of the community feedback that we got. So starting with the building study, just the building history, sorry. 44 MacDougal, dating, it's a trio of buildings really, so I can point to them. There's ours is in the red, that's 44, 46 is next door, and 48 is one up. They're very similar buildings built in, say it says here 1826, architect not determined, but they're an example of a very early federal style. This is the Sullivan-Thompson Historic District. In red is our site, sort of towards the northwest. The existing block plan to the left is what's current. To the right is the proposed. And I'll point out, we were also the architect on 46 MacDougal, which is where a lot of the design is generated. And we're trying to play nice with the neighbors who are still friendly with me. Building context. So I wanted to give a little bit of background on what this looks like, what's going on here on the street facade, on the rear facade, because that'll obviously come into play in the design portion of it. We looked at this pretty carefully. So these are the three buildings. Ours is in red. It's the painted black one with the white windows. 46, like I said, we had renovated that a couple of years ago, and 48. If I do that one, it'll be like a monopoly, but so far, no. So we're really just looking at 44. This is the existing street view. So just of note, 46 had an interesting history. 46 has a little roof terrace, which is slightly visible from the street. I think you gave us a little bit of leeway because it was landmarked over the weekend when we were at 95% CDs. So we're not relying on that at all. I think ours is going to be a little set further back even from that. But that's the context on the street. I want to give a little bit of context on the rear, because I know that's a conversation that you want to have. So the one block north is the very famous MacDougal Sullivan Street Garden. That is a, heavenly piece of New York that I've never been to, but would love to get invited one day. And that's that. And I'm going to, this is a little bit tongue in cheek. I'm going to contrast it to ours, which is this, not quite as glamorous, right? So look, I appreciate that the facade here on the top left is likely what was there, right? So I really respect that, appreciate it. I'm trying to balance a lot of different voices. So, but I did want to sort of contextualize a little bit, and we've worked on a lot of projects where the rear facade is in play, and we've been before you, I've been before you numerous times, supporting and advocating for all of this. But this one I think is for me a little bit different. So that's the context. I'll show you in the sections in a minute. There were a bunch of additions and renovations done to all three buildings. These are floor plans, 1852, 57, 67, 1890, et cetera, up to 1956 NYPL. There's been I'm just showing the three buildings. I think this will be relevant in the sort of rear part of the presentation. Yeah, we used red because it sticks out more, but yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of change to these three buildings. All right, so we're going to try to position this as this is a step in the evolution of these three buildings in a rear facade that is, in my opinion, kind of severely compromised due to the rental buildings next door, the condos, all that. And a close-up of the two buildings. And I'll get into the restoration of the facade in the next section. Floor plans, just to give you a sense of what we're doing. So one interesting thing, 1820s, I think the footprint was the little footprint that you see here on the third floor. I forgot the date, but at some point they basically built, it became 44 and 46 were tied together, became a bakery, and built out, both 44 and 46 built out, and I think 48 built out the ground floor all the way to the rear lot line. Subsequent to that, I think it was the artists who lived there in the 50s, 60s, built this portion out within 10 feet of the lot line. And this is the third floor, which is about, I can't remember, is that 40, 50 feet from the lot line? 40 feet, sorry. Our plan proposes, so it's the part in red, what we did next door, and but this was a model that obviously our client really liked, which is why we got hired, which was to straighten out the facades on the rear, which we proposed to do the same thing. A little bit of monkey see, monkey do. So we're cutting back the second floor and expanding the third floor and adding a floor above that. So the rear setback is 20 feet. That's City of Yes. I have a zoning sheet that we're looking at. It's part of the presentation. But the idea was really to keep it very similar to the renovation we did at 46. Down to the typology of the window, the brick. We got comments back from the neighbors. We changed the brick color because they really liked it, et cetera, et cetera. So, trying to do, in my mind, something that was playing well with everyone. And again, I'm eager to hear opinions. The one thing to note, we are actually set back. I think 46 is set back about here from the front facade. This is the front, that's the rear, obviously. We're set back 15 feet as of zoning resolution 23-433, which requires us at this height building to set back 15 feet. But, I thought that was a plus in the sense that we don't want to see it from the street. Here's the zoning sheet that we have, and you have my attestation on it. There's it's set back pretty far from the front of the building. And the next section, sightline study. So just the required study. This is the massing model that we did. This is 46, again, my old project, 44. This is the proposed over here, and that's the 15-foot setback. That's the existing section. So again, that's the lot line, existing overbuilt. This is also overbuilt. We're kind of pulling it back to here, pushing this forward as you see here. So that's the new section. In red is the old section to make it as clear as possible. This is our study from the street. And so you can see, the photos we have are fine. I mean, except that, it's always seems to be during the winter when there's snow, or in the summer when there's a lot of leaves. So this is helpful to see, you do see, like, took it, really the worst possible place, the corner of King Street. There's like a one corner where this is absolutely the worst thing you're going to see. But it's fairly discreet compared to its neighbor, in my opinion. And oops, sorry. Skipped. And oops. You can see here the netting, that little piece here, which we sort of popped in front. And obviously we did a walkthrough with staff. So hopefully should confirm all this, but that's kind of the angle. At this angle, this is what you would see. Here's the netting, which was confirmed. And some more images sort of down the block from south of the building. You obviously can't see anything there. You know, essentially on MacDougal, if you're not at that corner of King Street, which is outside of the historic district, if you're not on that corner, you really don't see anything. So that's the front in terms of the massing. So the actual facade, clients bought this. They obviously love this building. It's an amazing little building. So the plan on the left is the existing. So this was all stuccoed over. It comes out, I don't know, was it 10 inches or so? If we're lucky, what we found on 46 is there were a couple of like really skinny cast iron columns, which is kind of cool. So if we're lucky, we'll find those. If they're there, we'll restore them, obviously. But the plan was really to do something similar but different to 46 to sort of bring some unity to the facade. I'll note, just, you know, out of transparency, the community board was very supportive, but they thought, you know, the color could change. My client's open to it. I like this. I think from the staff perspective, it seemed that the color was fine, but I'm just noting it if you have any comments. The idea is also, you know, obviously to remove the paint and, you know, have the windows conform to the neighbor. The neighbor, I don't remember why, but we did 1/1. It was recommended we do 2/2. Our client is totally fine with that. They're fairly flexible. So 2/2. One comment on a further page, I'm showing that we were suggesting replacing these lintels to match. This one has a little bit more detail to match that. Subsequent to that, staff said, don't, so we won't. We're just going to keep them existing to remain and just, you know, remove the paint from the brick and restore this as much as possible. So there's a lot of damage to the cornice here. There's a little cornice over here too. All of that is going to get fixed up to match 46, which looks pretty good. This is the existing condition. Yeah, you know, it was the 70s or 60s or whatever. The part in red is what we're proposing to remove. It's fairly built up. You can see the delta to 46 next door. The idea is to have it coplanar, which should be feasible. And some of the details, I don't know how much I want to get in. I mean, again, the idea is to restore the facade, right? Just make it look great, bring it back to what it should be. And you know, we did the same program at 46, and that's the goal here. The main difference is this, there's a curb cut. The owner wants to keep the garage. It's fine. I mean, I think the garage works. We're trying to keep the same language as 46 in terms of the paneling. But that's the plan right now. And we'll have, you know, there'll be presumably a security console here, same as 46, and some numbers. But you know, let me know what you think. That's the upper floor on the street side. So behind here is a primary bathroom, and essentially matching the materials at 46. So metal roofing, the brick, which we changed at the behest of the neighbors. And there's like a little thin guardrail that we're making out of stainless steel. So again, trying to make it as transparent as possible and as invisible as possible. And these are the materials. The rear facade is probably the main, I think probably the main focus of this. So this is, you know, back to the image of the rear. So we've got 44, 46, 48. Again, built out. 48 has, it's a restaurant. It's a great ramen place if you're curious, but it has a lot of equipment on the roof and a lot of ductwork. It's kind of a mess. Again, the context, which I showed before. And the same context. So here you can see the neighbor at 46. This is the massing. Again, City of Yes lets us do 20-foot setback, which, that is what we presented to the client, which made sense because it's a pretty small floor plate. And again, the existing and the existing at 48, the existing at 44. And then seen from the other angle, same thing, the existing, proposed. And yeah. The elevation, so again, existing, proposed. Same, existing with photo, proposed with photo of the 46, and the materials, we're really keeping it to two things, plus I think the windows are painted steel black. There's above the ground floor, there's a little terrace. We're proposing some skylight windows, just to show you the whole scope. This is the little terrace of a 6-foot fence. Yeah, not too much more to relay here. And the materials on some more of the materials on the fence and that level. Yeah, that's basically it. I have two. I wanted to read one quote from. We got a letter from. Well, first of all, Community Board 2 approved this 37-0. They're pretty excited by it. That was nice. Usually get one abstention or something, so that was a lot of votes. From the neighbor who sees this, volunteered a letter. I'll read a couple of sentences. We commend our neighbor for investing and enhancing their property in a thoughtful and attractive manner. The proposed will significantly improve the appearance, the character of the property, contributing to the overall beautification of our neighborhood, in particular because our rear-facing windows directly overlook this property. We believe the proposed improvements will greatly enhance our views and create a more aesthetically pleasing environment for our families and other neighboring residents. We fully support our neighbor's proposal and respectfully encourage the approval of this application. And that is it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions? Okay, not seeing any questions. We're going to go ahead and move to testimony. Is there anybody in the room that would like to speak on this? No. Let's move to Elizabeth Lee for Zoom testimony.
Those joining via Zoom who wish to speak, please use the raise hand function. You'll be promoted to panelist, after which we ask you to unmute, state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. The first speaker will be John Graham.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. John Graham for the Victorian Society in New York. We don't object to the visible rooftop or rear yard additions here because of the specific circumstances. There is a similar rooftop addition next door. The addition would be seen against taller buildings, and the rear yards of the block have already been severely compromised. The front of this building has been significantly altered at various times, making it difficult to return to a stylistically consistent form while keeping its remaining historic features. We think the applicant has made a good effort to mediate among these features and produce a coherent whole. The 2/2 windows match those in place following the addition of the 3rd floor late in the 19th century, returning the ground floor to the more industrial aesthetic it had in the 1920s, which would eliminate the suburban-looking modern garage door, also seems to be a reasonable approach. We think the overall treatment creates a coherent whole which fits nicely into the block. Thank you, Commissioners.
Anyone else who wishes to speak, please use the raise hand function. Seeing none, a note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 2 recommends approval.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to respond to any of the testimony? You don't have to.
Said anything yet?
Well, I guess it's just generally that you've heard supportive testimony for the most part. I just wanted to give you an opportunity if you'd like to.
Yeah, I mean, as an architect, we're in a position to try to make a lot of people happy. I think we've really made I think we've made a good effort. We reached out to the neighbors. We have licensing agreements during that process. I think there was an effort to really find out if this is okay, that, everyone wants to play nice, right? I mean, in talking to Dana and staff, I understand the concern on the rear. There's an existing facade there, a piece of it, one piece of the existing facade. So, for me, it didn't even cross my mind, to be honest. Because we've done townhouses where there's a cornice and there's like 10 in a row and they all look the same. And like, I get that. And we're really trying to understand how to treat that. There's, if there's something about the rear that, as shown, that wants to change, I think we're also open to that. I think that was a conversation we had. I think we're trying to keep it similar to the neighbor for, I think, obvious reasons, but I'm happy to try to do something else, right? But the massing of it is really what makes this project work. Without that, I don't know that it's a tough project, but for what it's worth.
Okay, thank you.
Sit back.
Well, commissioners, do we have any questions? Just one. Commissioner Chu.
City of Yes lets us do that. I mean, the original was obviously it was aligned. Actually, the real, I mean, City of Yes. We're allowed to do it, but the reality is there's a great desire to put an elevator. So as you get older, the elevator is really a very nice thing to have, especially in this kind of floor plan. We were not able to fit that in a 46. That was the one major drawback, just because 30 feet was 30 feet. And that's really I think there's a sort of kind of age related, not to get too much into it, but there's that. On the front? Yeah. The front is zoning. That's the required minimum. Yes. It's hard to keep up. I'm every day. But it's the required zoning. To the best of our knowledge, that's what we were told. When we first designed it, we tried to line it up. And again, like just try to keep things simple. But we were told that no, it had to move back to 15. Sure, my pleasure.
Okay, if there's no other questions, let's go ahead and close the hearing and move to discussion. Commissioner Mahan, can you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Commissioner Wilder, can you second the motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed. So commissioners, this is an application to construct a rear yard and rooftop addition and replace ground floor, infill, and windows on an altered federal row house in a context, as we've heard, that is very altered and compromised. Commissioner Chu, could you start the discussion?
So it seems like a pretty straightforward application to me. The rooftop addition has been set back even further. It's not visible. I feel that the addition to the rear and how it joins the top is something that's a little different. Typically, we ask that a row would continue. If there was a row that was continuous, even more so that the top floor would stay existing on the rear as well. I'm just looking at this unique situation where this house is backed into a lot where there are taller buildings on all sides, and it's pretty buried in there. I actually think it's appropriate. I don't have an issue with this mass on the rear. I think that was the controversial piece on this here. My feeling is it's appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Quimby?
As for the improvements that are being proposed, especially to the front facade, I find them acceptable. And I guess looking at the rear yard addition and also the rooftop addition, I believe is what's really in question. Looking at the block, it seems that only these three buildings are actually kin to each other. It looks like the rest of the block is a mix of all types of other buildings and different setbacks. So I guess I will focus on these three buildings. And when you do that, you notice that they all have a life history all of their own. That being the case, based off of all the transformation that's gone through them, I can't really find any combination or commonality between them today that I can say this is what should be held. That being the case, I also find what's being proposed to be acceptable.
Thank you. Commissioner Ginsburg?
I can find this appropriate.
Vice Chair Master?
Yeah, I agree with the other commissioners for the reasons that they stated, and I can find this appropriate as presented.
Commissioner Wilder?
Appropriate.
Commissioner Mahan?
Appropriate.
Commissioner Goldblum?
I can't do the top floor.
Okay. Commissioner Chen? Okay. We do have enough to move forward with the vote then. So if you could read the motion.
Yeah. In the case of LPC 26-10632, 44 MacDougal Street, Sullivan Thompson Historic District, a federal-style row house built in 1826-27 with later alterations. Application is to construct a rear yard and rooftop addition and replace ground floor infill and windows. Let's see. With regard to the alterations at the front facade, I recommend approval, finding that the proposed work will not eliminate or damage any significant architectural features, that the removal of the masonry lintels and installation of dark gray paneled roll-up garage door and paneled pedestrian door with multi-light transits above will recall the configuration, proportions, and articulation of a historic infill found at this building and other similar altered multi-use buildings in the historic district, that any cast iron columns discovered during further probing will be incorporated into the ground floor design and worked out with staff, that the proposed 2/2 double hung windows will match a significant later alteration seen in the 1940s tax photograph and will be in keeping with the variety of window configurations within the row and throughout the historic district. With regard to the rear and rooftop additions, I recommend approval, finding that the proposed rooftop addition will be set back from the primary facade and will only be minimally visible from a narrow view corridor through, looking southeast from the mid-block on King Street, that the center of the block is highly built up with no visibility from the street, and that the rear of the building has been highly altered with the construction of a full lot rear addition which steps back at the second floor, and therefore the construction of a full height rear addition which connects to the proposed one-story rooftop addition will not overwhelm the building or the road given this altered context. And that the design of the addition featuring brickwork and stone spandrels and multi-light steel window and door assemblies will be in keeping with the design and materiality of the neighboring commission approved rear facade of the addition at number 46, and consistent with the utilitarian character of the rear facades comprising this block, which features mostly larger and deeper tenement buildings and other altered facades.
Commissioner Quimby, could you second the motion?
Second.
Okay, and Mark, could you call the vote?
Chair Savage,
Aye.
Vice Chair Master,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Chu,
Aye.
Commissioner Ginsburg,
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum, Commissioner Ikwembe,
Aye.
Commissioner Mahan,
Aye.
Commissioner Wilder,
Aye.
With 8 in favor and 1 opposed, the motion passes.
Okay, that's been approved. Please continue to work with staff. Thank you. And we'll move to the next item. Corey?
The next item is public hearing item number 9, LPC 25-03270. An application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 631, Lot 13, 134 Charles Street in the Greenwich Village Historic District Extension. This is a utilitarian-style factory building designed by Van Vleck and Goldsmith and built in 1911-12, and later altered in 1989 by Victor Caliandro. The application is to replace windows.
Sorry, just bear with us for one moment while we. Stephen, can we do this? Yeah. Okay. Okay. We're going to put a pause on that and you could go ahead and get started.
Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Timothy Shaw, Preservation Staff. 134 Charles Street is located on the south side of Charles Street between Washington and Greenwich Streets within the Greenwich Village Historic District Extension. The building was constructed as a two-story factory and had 2/2 double-hung windows with wide mullions between the paired and tripartite windows as seen on the left in the circa 1940 tax photo. By the time of the 1980s tax photo, those windows and mullions had been replaced with casement window assemblies within the existing masonry openings, and the building had been painted white. Then by 1989, a third floor of white painted CMU was constructed with a fenestration pattern that matches the second floor below, as can be seen in the existing condition photos here. It is unclear if the windows were replaced prior to the 2006 designation, but they have not been replaced since then. The proposal before you today is for, these are some closer photos of the windows, excuse me. The proposal for you today is for window replacement at the primary facade with new multi-pane aluminum framed window assemblies with central casement windows at the second and third floors and hopper windows at the first floor, and with multi-pane casement window assemblies at the visible third floor of the west and east secondary facades. The proposed muntins at these new assemblies are 1.5 inches wide, and at the second and third floor window openings, the casement framing is approximately 2 3/4 inches wide. The proposed finish is a gray-brown, as seen here. The applicant has also provided examples of the multi-pane window assemblies from the manufacturer, seen here on the left and here, and also examples of multi-pane window assemblies at new and expanded buildings found nearby in the Greenwich Village Historic District and Greenwich Village Historic District Extension. Mike Rosani from Michael Zenreich Architects is on hand to answer any specific questions you may have.
Okay, Commissioners, do you have any questions? Commissioner Goldblum?
Is there a reason why the grid on the first floor is different from the grid on the upper two? Gail.
Good afternoon, Mike Rosani with Michael Zenreich Architects. I think it comes down to the occupancy of the building. The second and third floors are residential, while the first floor is a commercial tenant. It's kind of like a WeWork outfit. So I think they have different requirements for the utilization of the windows.
So is that about the function, the operation of the window?
I think so, yeah.
I'm not asking about that. I'm asking about the scale of the grid,
The
size
scale
of the
of,
pieces of glass.
well, we're staying within the existing masonry openings, and we were trying to keep that that same look. So I think if we were to increase the number to the above windows, I see what you're saying on the right and left, where we're missing one horizontal band. That's something we could definitely incorporate if it.
The other question I had is the photo of the windows that were showing from the manufacturer showed us a kind of an industrial style muntin system. Usually it's a kind of a simulated true divided light. grid that's overlaid over the glass. Is that your intention here, or are these really divided mullions that go all the way through the glass?
These are divided mullion.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Okay, not seeing any questions, let's go ahead and move to testimony. Not seeing anybody in the room, let's move to Zoom and Elizabeth Lee.
Those joining via Zoom who wish to speak, please use the raise hand function. Seeing none, a note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 2 recommends denial and suggests the windows be in traditional black steel with narrow mullions, or that the aluminum frames proposed be with narrow mullions and painted black.
Okay, would you like to respond to the community board's testimony?
Yeah, unfortunately, I haven't heard that comment before. So was the comment really just regarding the finish? In lieu of going with the steel window, painting it black in lieu of the bronze finish?
It seems to be in regards to the finish, yes, and also the width of the mullions.
Okay. It's certainly something we could, discuss with the owner of the building. This was what they had selected with the window manufacturer for the desired look and feel of the window. That's all I have to add to that.
Okay, assuming there's no final questions, let's go ahead and move to discussion. So Commissioner Chen, could you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
And Commissioner Chu, would you second that motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The hearing is closed. Commissioner Aquembe, could you start the discussion on this one?
Yes. At first glance, just noticing that the articulation of the windows that is being proposed is different from what is existing. I can actually work with that, but I'm looking at how it's actually articulated, and some of the mullions in themselves seem a little too deep or too wide. And I believe it could probably be worked out with staff, but more or less trying to regularize some of the sections as they go through. In particular, I don't know which one I'm calling out on the front facade. But in general, I think it just needs to be worked out a bit to just make it look a little smoother.
Commissioner Ginsburg.
I think this is appropriate. There are minor things that can get worked out with staff just to get the proportions right.
Vice Chair Master.
I agree. I think it's appropriate.
Commissioner Wilder.
I agree. Minor details need to be worked out, but appropriate.
And Commissioner Mahan.
Appropriate.
Commissioner Goldblum.
I think it's, I think it would be better if they worked with the staff as Erasmus suggested. And I think my take on that would be that the photos that they shared of industrial sash windows would be appropriate for this. This does not have that kind of scale of the grid or details. I think if they were to develop it in line with those images and less in line with the image that we see on the screen, it would improve it. Make it more kind of normative and similar to the images that they showed of other industrial sash windows in the district. About the scale of the grid and the details.
Commissioner Chen.
I find that appropriate.
Okay. Commissioner Chu.
Appropriate.
Okay. I think we have a majority that will vote appropriate, that this is appropriate, working out some of the details on the proportions with the staff. So Commissioner Quimby, if you could read that motion.
Yes. Okay. In the matter of LPC 2503-270, 134 Charles Street, Greenwich Village Historic District Extension, utilitarian style factory building designed by Van Vleck and Goldsmith and built in 1911 to 12 and altered in 1989 by Victor Caliadro. This application is to replace windows. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed work will not damage or eliminate any significant architectural features, that the modern alterations to the building, including the addition of a third floor and removal of a wide window mountain, resulted in a building with the utilitarian style more in keeping with the larger factory building found elsewhere within this and adjacent historic districts than with the smaller residential buildings found on the eclectic block. That the proposed multi-light aluminum window assemblies featuring operable casement windows at the center of the assemblies at the upper floors and hopper windows at the first floor and with a gray-brown finish will be in keeping with the multi-light windows assemblies found at utilitarian buildings and at commission-approved alterations at other buildings found within this historic district, and that this work will not detract from the special architectural or historic character of the building or the historic district. I'll also note that the applicant should work with the staff to refine the detailing of the mullions of the proposed windows.
Okay, Commissioner Ginsburg, could you second the motion?
Second.
And Mark, could you call the vote?
Chair Savage,
Aye.
Vice Chair Master,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Chu,
Aye.
Commissioner Ginsburg,
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum,
Aye.
Commissioner Quimby,
Aye.
Commissioner Mayor,
Aye.
Commissioner Wilder.
Aye.
With 9 in favor, none opposed, the motion passes.
All right, that's approved. Please continue to work with the staff.
I'm being kicked out
We'll
of the
move
room.
to the next item.
Yeah.
That is public hearing item number 10, LPC 26-09973. This is an application for an advisory report in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 117, Lot 100, Kimlau Square and Chatham Square, the Kimlau War Memorial Individual Landmark. This is a streamlined traditional Chinese-style war memorial designed by Poi Gum Lee and built in 1962. The application is to relocate the monument and flanking benches.
Okay, and before we get started, I first want to note that Commissioner Chen is recused on this item. And I also want to turn this over to Stephen Thompson, our Director of Community and Intergovernmental Affairs, to talk about how to use the Zoom translation that we just set up.
All right, so we'll be offering interpretation services in Mandarin and Cantonese for this agenda item. Participants on Zoom can select in the lower right corner. There is a globe button that's been activated where you can select those between those two languages for interpretation for live access. And that will be for both during the presentation and for those wishing to testify as well.
Okay, and with that, we can get started on the presentation.
Good afternoon. Thank you, commissioners, for having us here today. I'm here today to present Chinatown Connections and specifically to talk about the Kimlau War Memorial that sits within the project boundary. So I'm going to give a little bit of project context, talk a little bit about the location of the project and the scope. Yeah, sorry. Introduce myself. So my name is Jadiel Rivera. I am a partner, landscape architect at Marvels, and a partner in charge of the project from the design team. All right, so I'm going to talk about the project context. I'm going to talk about the location and the scope, a little bit of scope of work. We're going to go through the Memorial Arch restoration scope that's happening concurrently, and the potential for the Memorial Arch relocation, which is what we're here today, and the proposed design for the plaza in which the memorial will sit. The project site is highlighted here in orange boundary. It's an intersection where 7 different streets come together at the heart of Chinatown. and it connects to Civic Center and to other neighborhoods around. It is basically a gateway to Chinatown, and especially between East and West as well. But it's a very difficult intersection. It's a intersection that has conflicts with traffic, pedestrian safety, and what this project is about is two parts, right? One is to really configure the intersection from a traffic perspective, and we're working with DOT as our client on that portion of the project, as well as improving pedestrian safety, public space, and reconfiguration of the public space as well. The Kimlau Memorial Arch or War Memorial Arch sits currently in that bar in pink in the middle of the slide. That's a small plaza, Chatham Square Plaza, that sits, the memorial sits there today. And the project will look at all of that in conjunction with the boundary of highlighted in orange. An overview of the site today. This is looking south. You see the memorial at the center. It is worth noting that also there are other elements within the plaza that will also be relocated within this project, and that one of them is the Lindsay Shue statue that sits right next to the memorial in this current picture. It is worth noting that the intersection was, an elevated rail back in the 20s. In 1962, the Kimlau War Memorial was built and dedicated. It sat at a traffic island for many years, as you can see in that 1996 aerial photograph. And in year 2000, the current configuration of that plaza was finalized, and the memorial arch sits at the northern corner of or northern edge of that plaza, and that you can see that in the 2008 picture. In 2021, the memorial was landmarked, and today is currently continues to sit in the same plaza. These are some pictures from the 1962 dedication. As you can see, the majority of these events happen within the within the roadway, because the space around the memorial was, like I said before, a traffic island. So you can see some of these commemoration events and honoring events that happen 360 degrees around the memorial. On a day-to-day, it's sat on a traffic island, and I believe it was also a bus stop at some point. The American Legion and other community organizations host a lot of events around the memorial and in the plaza, and we have, throughout this process, met with them in multiple occasions to talk about the design of the intersection, the design of the public space, and how to best position both the memorial and the Lindsay Shue statue within this new public space. The memorial itself is going through a restoration project right now, which is slated to be completed by the end of this summer, potentially in August. And the reason for the restoration, it's the memorial show signs of crack, the stone crack in multiple locations, and the community had asked New York City Parks and the city to work on the restoration of this memorial for a few years. And that is happening now with Parks continue with moving with this project and in parallel with the planning for the larger plaza space. The project, as I mentioned before, has a very important traffic intersection realignment component. To make a safer intersection, to make a better public space. The plaza space is sort of shifting to the north to allow for a better flow of vehicular flow from some of the most important and most desired routes, vehicular routes within this intersection. So from St. James to Bowery, north and south, which is shown in red here, and from Worth Street to East Broadway, east and west, which is shown in yellow-orange in here. What that does is that creates the potential for a space that's almost double of the size of what the plaza currently is today. And as we were going through that process with DOT, we sort of they were looking at the best configuration for the vehicular traffic and sort of the geometries of this intersection. At that point, we came up with like conflicts. Basically, we were trying for a while to keep the Memorial Arch in its current location, but that doesn't allow for the most optimal vehicular and traffic configuration. So if you see here, the current alignment, the curb line basically is in conflict with the current location of the memorial. And we think that to solve that, let me add before I move to why, the blue lines and the green lines are also some utility lines that are existing there, and there's a required offset that we need to have from that existing utility infrastructure. And that has been gone through coordinations also and consultation with DEP and all the other utility companies as well. So we met with community stakeholders, sat multiple times with them, and talked about what the importance of the memorial was and how to approach this conflict that we had. So what we are proposing is respecting the orientation of the current memorial, allow the use of the memorial on all sides, 360 degrees, and by maintaining, but still maintaining the alignment. So, we want to maintain the view corridors or sight lines for pedestrians, and consider the proximity to other structures like the Lindsay Shoe statue as well, and create a safer public space that facilitate the types of events that the community hold around the memorial and in the space today, in a safer way. So the movement is basically perpendicular, parallel if you take the memorial, or perpendicular to the arch, so in one direction. You see here on the left the existing condition, in the middle where it sits with the current, with the realignment of the plaza and the intersection, and the shift on the right side. If we look at it from the use perspective, as I mentioned before, it's sat on a traffic island. The majority of the events were held basically within the public realm or within the public right of way, and it needed a street closure for most of those events to happen. The proposed plaza in the center, which is what we have today, allows for a smaller crowd to gather, but larger events will still take the public right of way and spill into the street. So what we're proposing is a relocation that allows for a 360-degree use of the memorial. The memorial is symmetrical, so it has the same letterings and dedications on either side of it that could hold events on the plaza side in a safe space that's meant for people to gather, as well as smaller events that could happen also facing the other way, all within a public plaza. So looking at what the design conceptually looks like, it's about making connections, creating an important connection between Mott Street and Doyer Street, which are two very important commercial corridors, and creating a space where people can actually gather at the end of them and then continue in a loop. Creating a central space that's an active zone for gathering. And we heard from the community multiple times that they needed flexibility for hosting events of different sizes, but also for the day-to-day activity, for reading a book, having lunch, sitting under a tree. And then the third important thing is creating a green buffer that protects people in the plaza from the noise and the sort of the hecticness of the traffic along the street. This is what the design currently looks like at schematic design level. We're still working on this, continuing to refine this as we go, but you see the shift in the memorial to place it in a more central location. And you also see on the left of that the location of the Lindsay Shue statue. It's important to mention that the American Legion and the Fujianese Association met. We met with them multiple times, but then they met together separately from us to come to an agreement that they wanted to share the space. And we basically honor that decision and design the plaza with both of these monuments in mind, with a distance separation, and respecting their agreement and their wishes. They came with a public statement on that that went to the local press and have since supported the design. Just in the topic, and this is the last couple of slides, just wanted to run through some view sheds so that we also see what the change has in terms of impact, in terms of the views. So if you're looking from the center of East Broadway, on the left, you see what the location of the memorial today, and on the right, the shift is almost imperceptible. It's light, as a light shift. If you're coming from Mott Street, you currently will have to go through a really long crosswalk that's unsafe, but you will be met in this proposal with a plaza and that central space that holds both Lindsay Shue statue and the memorial. If you're coming down from Bowery Street, the same current condition. You're sort of looking down the street, but if you in the proposed condition, you will be as a pedestrian in a plaza that will have trees, and you'll see the memorial in the background. This is coming from St. James, so this is an approach from south looking north, where you see the memorial right as you're entering that light signal intersection, and it will be the same condition in the proposed. And we wanted to add with a couple of renderings. This again are schematic conceptual level renderings that we have taken through the Public Design Commission as well, and they have approved conceptual for that. Just show the plaza on a day-to-day condition with people, having lunch, playing games, kids and seniors alike, or the potential of using that plaza as a celebratory space that honors, the history of the site and the memorial itself. I think I explained this throughout my presentation, but we did, an intensive engagement with the stakeholders. We met multiple times. We gathered their feedback. We responded to their feedback by adjusting the location of the memorial. They came to an agreement. These three organizations came out with a press release in the public outlets. And we then, after that, presented to the Chinatown Community Working Group the decision that came from the two stakeholders coming together. So we have a community working group that's composed of different community members, community board, and elected official representatives, and we presented the relocation of the memorial to them as well. We then after went to the community boards, Community Board 3 and Community Board 1, which is adjacent to and touches the project as well. And that's it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions? Commissioner Chu?
Did the archway have structural issues for the crack, or was there a foundation movement?
I can answer. If more detail, maybe Sybil from Parks can help me. The finding that the cause of the cracks was a metal I-beam, a steel I-beam that's in the center of the memorial that goes from column to column that was corroding. And with freeze and thaw, like that caused the cracks in the stone. So Parks is working on right now as we speak on fixing that and coming with a solution that's not going to cause that same problem in the future.
And moving it to the proposed location, there's no issues with utilities under the street.
Yeah, this is a very
safe place to go.
Well, it is a very difficult intersection in terms that there's a lot of utilities happening underground, especially under the current plaza. So we're threading a needle, but in a safe space, right? So that, and this will all be confirmed with, probes that will be done, on site, but based on all the data that we have and studies that we have done so far, we're placing it at a location where there's no utilities.
The original designation for this square at that location, is there a significance to that location?
No, no mention of the exact location in the designation as we understand.
I'm not aware that there's
No.
anything there.
No, no.
The orientation was.
The orientation is also not, I don't think it's is mentioned necessarily on the LPC, but it was important for the community stakeholders that, the shift was not like, okay, let's lift it up and put it on a different corner and a different, so with their input, we decided that the most respectful thing to do was to shift it in the same axis as it is today, and try to keep the same view sheds as much as possible.
Is it lit?
Okay. Oh, sorry.
Does it have lighting at night?
I don't think it currently has.
And is it proposed to have it?
Yes. I mean, we're studying that right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ginsburg.
So, few questions. If we didn't approve the moving of the arch, would the traffic pattern changes still happen?
I mean, I believe the traffic, will be very
So
difficult
if we
and
don't
inefficient.
move it and the traffic happens, we're going to get this very awkward situation with that.
The memorial will be in a place where it's not safe and yeah.
Secondly, we're just talking about the memorial. The sculpture is not part of the landmark.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, not seeing any other questions, let's go ahead and move to testimony. I have a couple sign-ins from people in the room. We're going to start with Susan Lee. And if you could please go to the podium and state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes. That's correct.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Susan Lee, and I'm a daughter of Chinatown. Thank you for the presentation, Marvel, and the issues raised by Marvel today, such as traffic, noise, air pollution. They're not really under the jurisdiction of LPC. So I want to talk about something here that really is under your jurisdiction. I'm here today to strongly oppose the relocating of the landmark Kimlau Memorial Arch from its historical location in Chinatown. It's significant, derived not only from the physical structure, but from its placement, purpose, and relationship to the surrounding neighborhood. Moving the arch would diminish its historical integrity and undermine the very quality that warrants its landmark designation in the first place. Intentionally cited as part of, architect Poi Gum Lee's vision for Chinatown, Lee commissioned over 12 buildings and infrastructure in Chinatown. He conceived a monument within a specific urban and cultural context. Its location was integral to the design and symbolic meaning. Relocating the structure would alter that carefully considered relationship between the monument, the streetscapes, and the community it was meant to serve. Historical preservation is not simply about preserving materials. It is about preserving context. The landmark divorced from its original setting loses an essential part of its significance. The proposed relocation also disregards the cultural importance of feng shui. In Chinese tradition, the placement and orientation is significant for structure, as it is understood to influence harmony, prosperity, and the flow of energy through the community. The arch existing location carries decades of cultural meaning and communal identity. The arrangement is consistent with traditional feng shui principle in which balance movement around an important structure, enhancing its presence and reinforces its positive relationship with the surrounding. A memorial It is dedicated in honor of Lieutenant Benjamin Ralph Kimlau, which we've never really talked about. He served in World War II and died in combat at the age of 26. I find it disrespectful to move someone's memorial site in the interests of diverting traffic, making things easier. I think that those are some of the things that we need to think about. For generations, the Kimlau Memorial Arch has served as a symbol of Chinatown itself. I really didn't have a clue as a child about the arch or its history, but I know that it's a prominent monument as a teenager. I would tell my friends, hey, let's meet at the arch. And from there, we would venture throughout Chinatown. Moving the arch to another location is like moving Washington Square Arch from its existing location to the west side, and for NYU students to meet at the north side of Washington Square Park and realizing it's been moved. So I respectfully request that LPC reject the relocation of Kimlau Memorial Arch. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Our next speaker will be Howard Hui. And again, please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Howard Huey. Good afternoon, Chair Kasavage and Commissioner. Retired Judge Lynn Cohen asked me to read portions of her testimony on her behalf. She apologizes, but she said it was her 50th anniversary today, so she could not be here, or she would be her last anniversary. Her testimony is as follows. The city is arguing that Kimlau War Memorial must be moved because the American Legion has such large gatherings and requires expansion. However, the photos they attach as part of their submission are extremely dated. One shows the Chatham hardware store, which closes a quarter of a century ago. That's 25 years ago. Sadly, the number of the 2 or 3 yearly events held by the American Legion at that site have drastically decreased. As membership of the American Legion Post is aging out, more recent photos show numbers barely covering 1/4 or less of the current Kimlau Square Peninsula. Note, the city proposes moving the Kimlau Memorial approximately 13 feet as an excuse to build a huge peninsula 2.5 times larger than the current one, and flipping the huge peninsula onto the other side of the same street, which will cause increased pollution and environmental effects on Chinatown and undoubtedly onto the memorial itself. The city has not released traffic simulation, which they promised, or its effects done on environmental impact study, or released an actual accident report that they used to support their bogus claim of safety rationale for its movement. And I myself, outside, looked at the safety statistics, and Kimlau Square has one of the lowest safety accident rates in the whole area. I strongly urge Landmarks Commission to deny the request to move our Sacred War Memorial for the city's agenda, which does a great disservice to the Kimlau Memorial, the people it honors, and the people who live and do business and visit Chinatown. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Anna Leon. Please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Anna Leon. I'm a resident of Chatham Towers near the Kimlau Memorial Monument. I oppose the relocation of the Kimlau War Memorial. The city has not provided a compelling rationale for why the Kimlau War Memorial cannot be repaired on its current site and preserved there. At the current site, the Kimlau War Memorial can be viewed from all angles at the square. I remember when it was first erected at the site, and it was such a proud tribute to our veterans. My uncle served in World War II and was in Normandy. Since 1962, the memorial is the only New York City landmark dedicated to honoring the sacrifice and contributions of Chinese Americans. So it is revered at its location and deserving of its visual prominence at the square. Preservation protects authentic places, not recreated ones. Once the landmark is removed from its historic setting, part of its integrity is permanently lost. Currently, the Kimlau War Memorial makes a statement in the center of the square and commands your attention with its simple and aesthetic design. It stands proud and deserving of the respect in memory of Americans of Chinese ancestry who lost their lives in defense of freedom and democracy. In its current location, the Kimlau War Memorial is a cultural focal point and has unobstructed views all around. The proposed redesign will move the memorial into a park setting, buffered with trees, so that it will have limited visibility. It will also be competing with the planned Welcome Gateway. In addition, the proposed new site for the memorial would be over gas and electric lines. The site could have additional unknown issues. The proposed redesign's application for moving the Kimlau War Memorial is only for the convenience of redesigning the square at the cost of the memorial's historical significance and prominent setting at its current location. Please vote to oppose the relocation of the Kimlau War Memorial. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the room that would like to speak on this item? Okay, not seeing anybody else, let's move to Elizabeth Lee in Zoom testimony.
Those joining via Zoom who wish to speak, please use the raise hand function. You'll be promoted to panelist, after which we ask you to unmute, state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. The first speaker will be Rosa Chang.
Hello, my name is Rosa Chang, and thank you very much for the opportunity to testify before you today on this topic. I'm the co-founder and president of Gotham Park, which is a public space that has been growing underneath the Brooklyn Bridge in Lower Manhattan, just a 5-minute walk south of Kimlau Square. As a member of the Chinatown Connections Working Group and a partner in the $4 million winning submission for New York State's Chinatown Downtown Revitalization Initiative, our goal was to actually beautify Park Row to drive foot traffic and economic revitalization from the Brooklyn Bridge towards Chinatown. And I want to share that as a member of the Chinatown Connections Working Group, that EDC, DOT, and City Hall have been excellent at communicating with us, keeping us apprised of all the developments over several years on this effort, and that I am in support of the work that they are doing. Regarding the relocation, it's interesting. In the presentation, Marvell showed the historic sort of development of the site, and it originally started off in a traffic island. And I think that the city is constantly changing all around us. And what we would like to do is make sure that as it changes to be helpful, thriving, safe environment for the community that is here today. And I believe that the relocation of this arch, not very far from its current position, will actually allow us to use this space more fully as a community than currently is allowing for in its current location. So I'm testifying in support, and thank you very much for this opportunity.
The next speaker will be Nancy Kong.
Thank you very much. My name is Nancy Kong. I'm a longtime resident. I was prior board president of Chatham Towers, a residential complex across the street. I was until recently a part of the Chinatown Connections Working Group. I am a member of CB3 and very familiar with the organizations and people involved. I am speaking today as a resident with knowledge of the project as well as directly impacted, and I strongly urge you to approve the request. The change has full support of the caretakers. I think it's important that we recognize that, and I hope you will, if you haven't already, review the testimony from the American Legions, as well as other community organizations. I'm here also to represent people like myself who do not drive and do not have cars, but really people who use the area as a pedestrian and rely heavily on public transportation and walk to and from destinations, especially with seniors and children to school as well as shopping. This project will provide the community much needed investment of over $50 million that actually started with a $20 million grant from New York State to spur economic development after COVID. And again, I strongly urge you to approve this. This project is about pedestrian safety, is about economic revitalization, as well as providing more open public green space for a community that is one of the most densely populated. In terms of the memorial, I concur that EDC, Parks, and DOT has worked very closely with the impacted organizations, especially the caretakers, to consider the issues, especially around cultural sensitivity. And my understanding is that one of the reasons why the caretakers approved and is supporting this is because it will actually provide a larger and much safer space for celebrations as well as remembrance for the people who sacrificed for this community. I've grown up with the memorial, and I'm very happy to know that there's been a considerable investment, especially when there hasn't been for decades. And again, thank you for your time, and I strongly urge you to support this. Thank you.
The next speaker will be Irene Wu.
Hello. Hi. My name is Irene Wu, and I respectfully urge you to deny the proposal to relocate the Kimlau Memorial Arch. So the Kimlau Arch is a war memorial honoring Chinese American service members, which other speakers have already mentioned. And it is also the only designated New York City landmark that commemorates Chinese Americans. So this distinction makes it a unique and irreplaceable part of our city's history. And so there's, the argument for moving it to a larger space where more people can gather. Memorials are different from other landmarks. They're places of reflection, remembrance, and respect. And so their setting is an essential part of their meaning. For decades, the arch has stood in the heart of Chinatown, where veterans, families, and community members gather each Memorial Day to honor those who made the sacrifice. And its historic location provides the dignity and solemnity that a war memorial deserves. Relocating the arch to accommodate redevelopment would fundamentally change how it is experienced and weaken the connection between the memorial, the community, and the traditions that have given it meaning for generations. And so while it is, the proposal is to only move it by 13 feet, the whole context of the memorial will change. And a memorial shouldn't be a place where, people have parties or, it's a place of remembrance. And this decision is also about precedent. And if a designated landmark can be relocated because redevelopment makes it more convenient, then the historical importance of the place becomes secondary. And that's inconsistent with the principles of preservation and with the Commission's responsibility to protect New York City's historic landmarks. The Kimlau Memorial Arch stands as a lasting tribute to the patriotism, sacrifice, and service of Chinese Americans, and it deserves to remain in the place where it has fulfilled that purpose for generations. And this is how the architect envisioned the memorial to be. And also, to clarify, the memorial is not currently a traffic island. It's accessible on East Broadway and Oliver Street. And so I respectfully ask the commission to preserve both the memorial and its historic setting by keeping the arch where it belongs. Thank you for your consideration.
Anyone else who wishes to speak, please use the raise hand function. Seeing none, a note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 3 recommends approval. LPC has also received testimony from the Lower East Side Preservation Initiative and the American Legion recommending approval, as well as the Bowery Alliance of Neighbors recommending denial. LPC has also received testimony from HDC, which has been shared with the commissioners. In addition to that, 69 individuals have recommended denial.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to respond to any of the testimony?
Good afternoon, Sybil Young with New York City Parks. Since Parks, it's a DOT project, but Parks is owner of the memorial and currently doing the restoration work. We appreciate all of the testimony. As you can see, this is a beloved monument that is bringing out a lot of passionate feelings from the community. And we didn't take that lightly. When DOT came to us to propose this relocation, our Arts and Antiquities Division, that's our group that cares for all of the Parks Department's monuments, hundreds of them, really looked closely at this to evaluate whether this modest shift would have an impact on the significance. In the end, we felt comfortable that it was a modest shift, that, as you saw from the presentation, the views were, it still has its prominent views. We didn't feel that the shift was, or the significance of this monument was, where it's located on the land. The designation is really only the monument and not the land on which it sits. So we accepted this as an appropriate solution to accommodate this plan. But I do appreciate everyone's feelings on this. Thank you.
Thank you. And I know Commissioner Wilder had a question.
Can you remind us what's determining how far it moves? Because I know in the presentation it says it's not exact location to be determined.
It's the determination will be made. Basically, we have data right now on where the location of existing utilities are. So there's a space in between two sets of utilities that's where we're trying to find. And the accurate number, we're not giving it because it's around 25 feet or 20 feet, because we want to confirm that once we dig the area and do a probe to determine the exact location.
So would you say the maximum is 25 feet?
Yeah, around there, yeah.
The minimum?
Yeah, no, I would say like 10 feet, 10 to 25 feet, yeah.
So what are we exactly?
Well, I will go into that, but let's actually just let Commissioner Goldblum ask his question, then I can do that.
All right, I just wanted to follow up on some of the testimony, the questions that it raised for me. Did Feng Shui or any other traditional kind of planning or cultural considerations come into the placement at all?
Of the relocation?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, not in depth, but with the consultation with the stakeholders and the caretakers, the decision of moving it in an angle that was, corresponding to the current one, or directionality of the current one, what's the consideration, right? So that the views didn't change, so that the way that it was facing. Current buildings didn't change, and so on.
And do you have any, was there any information in the historical record about the original placement as having a particular significance? You know, apart from the fact that it was available, I mean, it was put on a traffic island. Was that?
Not that we know of. Not that we know of. I mean, we have information on like original designs presented, right, that included maybe even 3 archways versus the 1 archway and 2 benches that ended up being built.
And one of the people spoke about the landscaping and you know, is it your view that the landscaping will obscure the views of the monument?
No, I mean, as we showed in the view corridor view shed studies, we looked at all these corridors, and we think that in fact the view remains the same. Having said that, you know, one of the big desires of the community is to provide green shade space in a super exposed plaza space that really is completely open to the south, and there's no trees right now.
Thank you.
Yes, I can add to that. I have the landmark.
Could you please state your name?
I'm Kathleen Chan. I'm with the New York City EDC Corporation. I do have the landmark report. It does not talk about the significance of the location. It does talk a lot about how the memorial and the American Legion were very involved in making sure the memorial was actually became a reality, and how they really have been the caretakers of this memorial from day one. And recognizing that, we absolutely made sure that we were talking to them, being respectful of them, and also understanding there are other stakeholders in this community, including the statue. The Lin Shisu statue, though not landmarked, is also a big component of the Chinese community. So taking those things into consideration, talking to everyone, and talking to, and especially the caretakers of these 2 memorials, they did put out 2, you know, articles in the local newspaper, and they did say that this agreement and compromise show that even if there are different opinions in the community, we can reach a consensus through mutual respect and dialogue. So more importantly, it sets a positive example for the community to maintain unity while honoring their shared history and cultural heritage. So we're talking about heritage and kind of respect. And I think we've done our job to really make sure that the community is respected by talking to the appropriate folks. And we do know there are lots of individual opinions, not only about this, about the project as a whole, but I think Landmarks is not talking about the project as a whole. But I think we would like to continue to have dialogue with the folks who are here today who provided testimony, and continue to reach out and talk to them, as we have done throughout this project.
Vice Chair Master?
You mentioned 2 caretakers. One is the American Legion. Who's the
The other
second?
one is the Fukinese community, who actually are the caretakers for the Lin Shisu statue.
And
That
they're supportive.
They are supportive, and you could read the 2 articles that was out in March of this year.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, if not, let's go ahead and close the hearing. Commissioner Ginsburg, would you make a motion to close?
So moved.
And Commissioner Quembe, would you second that motion?
So second.
Okay, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? Okay, so the hearing is closed. And to get at that issue of what are we reviewing here at Landmarks, so the Kimlau Memorial was designated relatively recently in 2021, and the landmark site at that time was defined as the footprint of the memorial and the benches. And, you know, that was done deliberately, and the site was determined because the square itself had been so heavily altered after the installation of the monument in 1962. And the design of the current square largely dates to 2002. So in the designation report, we also noted that the possible, and I'm quoting here, the possible disassembly and reconstruction of the monument is anticipated, given its condition. So we weren't quite sure about whether there'd be a new square, but we did know that the monument itself needed quite a bit of work. And we're also mindful that it wasn't necessarily the setting that was significant here. It was the monument and the benches itself. So just as a reminder today, we're not reviewing anything about the design, materials, shape of the square itself. So we're only looking at the relocation of the memorial and the benches, and it sounds like it's somewhere between 10 to 20, 25 feet. So with that, Commissioner or Vice Chair Master, would you start the discussion?
Yes, thank you so much, Lisa, for letting me begin, because I'm very passionate about Asian American history. And this is one of the very few, if not the only, individual New York City landmark dedicated to Asian American history. And I know how important it is to Chinese Americans and members of the Chinatown community. But I will say that it's also important to all Asian Americans who reside all over New York City, as I can attest. So this arch is very important to me as well. It holds a lot of symbolism to me because it does represent the contributions that Chinese Americans and Asian Americans have had in New York City history. I also wish that Commissioner Wellington Chen could participate because he is so knowledgeable about Chinatown, but unfortunately he's recused. So I'll go ahead and start. I think that one of the comments said that I guess relocating the arch would affect basically the integrity of the landmark. And I don't think that's the case. We have had individual landmarks that have been relocated in the past. And in this situation, we're moving it anywhere from 10 to 20 feet. And as the discussion took place about when it was designated, we knew it was located in an awkward location, and we knew that it would have to be restored. And so, in my opinion, the location of where it sits right now is not integral to the landmark itself. I think I'm supportive of the relocation of this landmark because I think what it does is it'll enhance the experience for people to enjoy this in a safe way. I think that the viewshed corridors have been studied, and we can experience this. The user will be able to experience it at 360 degrees. I also think that the memorial arch is used for a lot of significant community gatherings, whether it's for veterans or whether it's for Chinese American groups. And I think having this larger space that's safe and much more inviting will enhance kind of our experience with this memorial arch. And so for those reasons, I think that it's appropriate, and I would support moving this arch to, in my opinion, a safer place where we can enjoy this in a much more significant way.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ginsburg.
So I defer to Vice Chair Masters on some of the cultural issues, but I want to just quickly talk about two things. If we do not allow it to move, the arch to move, and it stays where it is, it's going to be really dangerous because it's right on the edge of traffic. There's no space for a bollard to protect it. And somebody wanting to see the side of it that will be on the traffic will be taking their life in their hands, because having walked around this area a number of times, there's a lot of traffic. Secondly, given the designation report, the location really was never part of the designation report. It was the arch. So moving the arch is very questionable if it's even within our jurisdiction. And then tying into the issues of use, as Vice Chair Masters talked about, by moving and creating this larger plaza space, it should work much better for events where people congregate. So I can find this appropriate.
Okay, Commissioner Aquembe.
Based off of what is presented, I can't find it appropriate. But what I'd like to say is, I actually appreciate the dialogue that's been had during these proceedings. I know we all don't get the outcomes that we may want, but do know all is being heard and all is being weighed. And I like the camaraderie that I've heard of the views and accounts and expertise that have been used to come to a compromise, I would say. So I'd like to thank all for those who participated in the process.
Thank you. Commissioner Chu?
Yeah, very interesting situation and application here. I would also agree that this is clearly something that the community cares about, and you hear that in all the testimonies. Everybody's very passionate. A lot of the community members have memories of their childhood and the memorial in its current location. I am in agreement with my fellow commissioners. I feel that the designation of this was not because of its location. I do think that the memorial desired to be in Chatham Square. That was clearly in a prominent location here somehow. When I look at what's being proposed as opposed to what's there now seems that it has gone through a lot of changes through time. Its surrounding context, which some people spoke about, has changed. It used to be an island. There was a street on all sides. Now it is not anymore. And I know this area quite well. It's a very busy, confusing intersection, and I think that's what lends to the fact that it is on the dangerous side from a traffic perspective. What I'm looking at is a proposal. Yes, we are only looking at the relocation of the monument. As an architect, I can't not look at its context and everything else. But I will say that it seems that the proposal, in my perspective, celebrates the memorial in a greater, grander way that ties it to the pedestrian experience and to the city urban fabric. And that's what I like. I feel like it's making it more a permanent fixture in our city, and it's working with the pedestrian park setting that I think this is appropriately set within. It wasn't really in a park. It was in an island of concrete, and you could really only see it driving by. There wasn't enough room. I looked at all those photos of hundreds of people gathering around it in the middle of the street. That's difficult. I think now this has the potential to really bring people together, this to be a symbol for the community and represent memory of a significant cultural person. And so I do think that this is, in my mind, movement of it for a small 10 to 20 feet isn't making it or isn't disrespecting the memory of this monument. I think in many ways it's being heightened. The visibility is still there. I keep looking at it from the street views and seeing if it has hurt its visibility. I think somebody asked about the treescape. I think it's important that trees don't block the views from these avenues, these long views down the streets. It looks like it still retains it. I think it's quite sensitively done, and the monument is frankly falling apart. It needs to be addressed and rethought and remounted and everything. I think this will give it a home that will hopefully last for a lot longer than the previous version.
Thank you. Commissioner Goldblum?
I agree. I think it's an appropriate move. The way I look at it is similar to what Stephen was saying. I kind of look at it as like, what was the urban strategy of the placement in its original location? And how should we think about that when thinking about its being relocated? I mean, I remember the hearings, we totally talked about the insignificance, relatively speaking, of this particular placement and that it might be relocated. So that the notion of movement, I think, was integral to the designation. But I mean, the original location was kind of like a downtown Manhattan train wreck urbanism version of the Arc de Triomphe, right? You have a center island surrounded by a swirl of traffic. Here, it's much less formal, but it's kind of that. That was the original placement. It was in a welter of streets on an island that was in the center. And it was also placed, relatively speaking, frontally to classic Chinatown on the northish side of the arch. So it had a kind of a frontal relationship to, you know, like when you came out of Mott Street, you were looking at it, you were right at it. And so there was an axial kind of relationship or of your view towards this from what most would consider to be like kind of central classic Chinatown. Now that relationship is not necessarily preserved in this move, but you know, and it takes a kind of a different model. It's no longer in the center of traffic, but it hasn't been in the center of traffic forever, and it wasn't when it was designated. But it takes a kind of a frontal relationship to the street. But I think the more important thing for me was, like Stephen said, it's really the views, right? I mean, a gate, a ceremonial gate, is something that you're supposed to look at and see through. That's the idea. I mean, a lot of these Chinatown gates, if you look at it in the United States, they were placed over the main street entrance into Chinatown as a gateway. That's not the case here, never was the case. But it's a gate. It's a kind of an honorific meme. It's a type. And I think that the fact that it can be viewed from the northeast as you go southwest, that's probably the main view, I think, you know, coming down the Bowery towards Park Row, St. James. I think that the fact that that view is preserved is critical, and I take those view studies very seriously, the other views as well. I think that that's the key to it. If we're going to allow it to be moved, I don't think that the orientation is as significant as its views, as its ability to dominate views from different axes. And it seems to me like, while this might not be the most prominent, the most formal of placements and orientations, I think it meets those requirements. And I certainly echo what Rasmus was saying about the community engagement. If it passed through that crucible of multiple conflicting desires and aspirations and memories, I think that we should support it.
Commissioner Mann.
Many good comments about a very important application. And I agree with all my fellow commissioners. I think, you know, this is a case, I'll try not to repeat, and I'll only add this as a case where I think our job is to manage change, not necessarily to put a halt to it. And monuments and landmarks, you know, are given meaning by a whole host of different aspects or characteristics. And I think this is one where the specific siting, you know, as the history was presented, really never was a significant driver of the meaning of this monument, particularly that it sat, you know, rather forlorn in an island. And this appears to be, you know, a significant improvement to the ability to gather and to view the monument, and all the view sheds, as others have stated, you know, appear to be maintained or even improved. So I can certainly support this.
And Commissioner Wilder.
This one is a tough one. I think, so as I looked at this, I thought about my role as an architect and just looking at the project and urban planning standpoint. I think it's very clear what our responsibility is in terms of appropriateness of the work that is done. Definitely agree that the proposed changes, they driven, I think I probably go that. So I know, and I've done a lot of work in Chinatown as well. So I definitely, it's awkward intersections. So I definitely understand the moves that were made. Although I do not know how much investigation, how many options were considered as they relate to the location of the monument. And so from that standpoint, I definitely get it. But then I think the other side of being an architect is really understanding community and culture and how certain things like this become a landmark beyond just being designated, but relative to first person that testified just about how she told her friends that this is where we would gather, right? And I'm sure there's plenty more people who have similar relationship to this landmark and that entire area. And I think about people that may have left and will come back and they'll be like, hey, what happened? Like totally ignoring this beautiful thing that's been created across the street, or on the other side, because it will feel like they lost something that was very important to their lives, to their families' lives, to their family's history. So I think Frank also made a good point, which kind of, you sway back and forth about understanding change and what does that mean. And I think the key word, I forgot who mentioned it, but about talking to the community. I think the key word is trust here. And I have no doubt that this this project it'll serve its purpose. I think it'll do everything that it's intended to do. I think people will gather here and it'll activate the space even more than what it did before. And there will be something that's sacrificed because of that. And I think the only thing that helps that is if people don't feel that they got robbed, or they don't feel that they were thought about or considered. And so I hope we obviously have no say in what DOT designs. We kind of just have to take what's given as it relates to this specific project. But I hope that that relationship can be strengthened, so that I don't think there's ever a compromise where everyone is happy. But I think there probably needs to be some more massaging and compromising between the two parties on both sides. I am, if we're just from a technical standpoint, I am concerned about the distance that it could be moved, because 25 could easily turn into 30, and then next thing you know, it's something totally different than what's being proposed. So I hope there's a lot of thought and maybe figure that out to try to not relocate it that much. Also, I am concerned about the views. I know we have these drawings, but they feel more schematic than like final drawings. And so I think let's make sure that we are not taking away from some of those basic elements of what made this originally such a successful landmark. And so like I said, I'm torn. I find it appropriate for the reasons I mentioned. I also find it tentatively inappropriate for just the relationship between the community. But although I'm saying it's appropriate, I would love for there to be some medium ground that is met with various stakeholders on this project.
Okay, thank you. I think we can move forward with a vote. And Vice Chair Master, if you could read the motion.
Thank you. In the matter of LPC-26-09973, Kimlau Square, Chatham Square, Kimlau War Memorial, which is an individual landmark, a streamlined traditional Chinese-style war memorial designed by Poi Gum Lee and built in 1962. Application is to relocate the monument and flanking benches. I note that the designated individual landmark site is limited to the monument and the 2 detached flanking benches. Oops, I think I just lost it. The 2 detached flanking benches located on a paved pedestrian island within Kimlau Square, and that the footprints of Chatham and Kimlau Squares and the intersecting streets are in the process of being reconfigured. I recommend that a favorable report be issued, finding that the proposed work relocate the monument and benches farther away from the street curb, adding safety and prominence to the Kimlau War Memorial, and will offer a reprieve from the streets surrounding the square for better use of the monument as a background to community program and festivities. That the relocation of the restored monument will ensure the stabilization and long-term preservation of the monument, including constructing a new foundation to meet modern standards. And that the relocation of the monument will not change the orientation or spacing of any of the 3 kind of having problems with my yeah. Okay. Any of the 3 detached portions of the individual landmark site or significantly change any views of the monument from the surrounding streetscapes. Oh, there it is.
Pardon me. Commissioner Ginsburg, could you second?
Second.
Okay, and Mark, could you please read the vote?
Director Savage,
Aye.
Vice Chair Master,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen. Oh, sorry, he's recused. Commissioner Chu, Commissioner Ginsburg,
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum, Commissioner Quimby,
Aye.
Commissioner Mahan,
Aye.
Commissioner Wilder. With 8 in favor and none opposed, the motion passes.
Okay, great. So that's been approved. Thank you very much. And we do want to stay in close touch as the monument is restored as well in like the final location. So let's move to the next item, Corey.
Right. Next item is public hearing item number 11, LPC 26-09319, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 856, Lot 7503, 15 East 26th Street in the Madison Square North Historic District. This is a neo-medieval style store, loft, and office building designed by Meineke and Frank and built in 1910 to 12, and the application is to install light fixtures.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Emma Waterloo, Preservation Staff. The item before you is for 15 East 26th Street, a through-block building with facades on East 26th and East 27th Streets, located between 5th Avenue and Madison Avenue in the Madison Square North Historic District. The application is to install light fixtures at the East 27th Street facade. The building's main entrance is located at the East 26th Street facade. In 2012, the Commission approved the installation of a marquee at this facade with integral light fixtures flanking the entrance. This rendering shows the 6 proposed light fixtures installed at this facade. This facade does not have a public entrance, but contains the building's main service entry, which is also a secondary entrance that building tenants can use for building amenities. The slide identifies the 2 types of light fixtures being proposed. The first is sconce A, which is a 14-inch tall black finished metal fixture. 2 of these light fixtures are proposed to be installed flanking each of the entrances, centered in panels at the bottom portions of the carved limestone surround. The second type of fixture is labeled as sconce B on this slide. These fixtures are 26 inches tall and are black finished metal, and they are proposed at the piers between the display windows. These next 2 slides show lighting conditions at the ground floors of other buildings in the streetscape. These are the details for the proposed light fixtures. We can go back to them if there are any questions. This is an elevation drawing that shows the proposed fixtures as installed at the facade, as well as an installation detail. All of the conduits for the fixtures will be concealed and will run through the interior of the building with penetrations in the limestone. And here again is a rendering showing all of the proposed fixtures. The applicant is here to answer any questions, and a representative from building ownership would like to make a brief statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Emma. Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to testify in support of our proposal before LPC to approve the installation of the street lighting fixtures on the 27th Street side of our building. In furtherance of neighborhood security in a manner consistent with the historical context of the historical district. My name is Bob Foley. My wife and I have owned since 2008 a unit in this building, and I currently serve as president of the Board of Managers of this residential condominium within 15 East 26th Street. The building's 20 stories, through block, office loft building constructed in 1912. The upper 12 floors contain 56 residential condominium units that were converted to residential use between 2006 and 2008. The bottom 8 floors remain in office use under unaffiliated ownership. The building is not landmarked, although it resides within the historic district. I also testified on this matter last week at the meeting of the Manhattan Community Board in support of this proposal. My fellow owners and I have been a thoughtful steward of 15 East 26th Street since we wrested control of the residential condominium from the developer sponsor in 2010. Since then, we have repeatedly collaborated with LPC, MCB5, and the Madison Square Park Conservancy, to which we and many of our unit owners provide recurring financial support in connection with all exterior work we've undertaken, including entry lighting flanking our 26th Street entrance, an entry marquee, which Emma mentioned, replacement grills, glass storefronts, service entry doors on 27th Street, reconstruction of sidewalks and sidewalk vaults on both 26th and 27th Streets, limestone facade cleaning and restoration, and masonry replacement with custom manufactured, historically accurate brick. We respectfully and strongly encourage LPC approval of our application, which was carefully prepared by our longtime architects at Heitler Houston and refined in consultation with LPC staff. The purpose of our voluntary lighting installation is to improve illumination and safety for residents and neighbors on the poorly lit block on 27th between Madison and Fifth Avenues. According to NYPD CompStat 2.0, our block continues to experience instances of felony assault and grand larceny. Additionally, in March 2026, our neighborhood experienced a shooting on 28th Street between Madison and Fifth Avenues outside the Prince George Hotel, whose rear entrance fronts on our 27th Street service entrance. The design and placement of our proposed light fixtures were carefully selected to provide safe illumination, to be sensitive to the historical context of the historic district, to be consistent with the lighting fixtures flanking our 26th Street main entrance, and in our opinion, to fairly balance the interests of public safety and historical context. We appreciate your consideration of our application and the staff's input to date. We look forward to timely installation of these light fixtures to improve public safety and respect the appearance of our historic neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's move to questions. Commissioner Chen?
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear about your incidents. So could you talk a little bit about the criteria that you came up with to determine how effective these lighting levels are? Were there any lumens and what was the consideration?
Yeah, I'll speak to that. My name is Kimberly Koch. I'm partner at Heitler Houston Architects. I'm the design applicant and architect of record. The sconce A fixtures are 800 lumens each, which are the ones flanking the entry portals. Sconce B fixtures are 1,060 lumens each. When we did the overall calculation of lumens, there's no real lumens per linear foot calculation to use as a benchmark, but overall we tried to keep them under 1,100 lumens each. Excuse me. To be appropriate for entryway at the service doors. And also, we selected fixtures that really had very limited sort of glare and were lensed, capped at the top and lensed at the front with regard to sconce B at the pediments, or I'm sorry, at the pilasters, to make sure that there was adequate light at the street surface, but not obtrusive light to the neighborhood.
Thank you.
Okay, are there questions? Commissioner Goldblum.
Why are the lights different? Why do you have two types?
We have two types because we felt that the scale was appropriate to the installation of the pilasters being long, linear, and flat against the stone facade. They're less than 2 inches deep, so trying to keep them minimal where most pedestrians are walking by and also above reach range there. But we're limited at the entry portals because we're trying to respect the carved ornamentation there in the limestone portal. So the ones that are sconce A that are sitting at the entry portals are much smaller to fit within that space.
You would have rather had them all the same, but you just couldn't find two that were the right size? Is that what you're saying?
We could have them all the same if they were all sconce A, so matching the entry portals at the pilasters. We just felt that the long linear ones at the pilasters were more appropriate for that installation.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, let's move to testimony. Is there anybody in the room that would like to speak to this item? Okay, not seeing anybody. Let's move to Zoom and Elizabeth Lee.
Those joining via Zoom who wish to speak, please use the raise hand function. You'll be promoted to panelist, after which we ask you to unmute, state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. The first speaker will be John Graham.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Commissioners. John Graham speaking for myself. I would like to note that the applicant made a misstatement when he said the building was not a landmark, although it is in an historic district. Every building in an historic district is a New York City landmark. This building, however, is not an individual landmark, like the Empire State Building. Perhaps that's what the applicant was thinking about, but it's a common mistake. Thank you, Commissioners.
Anyone else who wishes to speak, please use the raise hand function. Seeing none, a note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 5 recommends denial unless the applicant makes modifications to utilize more historically accurate exterior sconces.
Okay, would you like to respond to any of the testimony?
I would like to respond to the resolution that was passed by Community Board 5. I wanted to note that they noted in their resolution that they appreciated the need for additional street lighting on East 27th Street, the restrained color temperature, and the careful physical attachment methods that we're proposing here. The 6 proposed sconces are identical in material, finish, and color temperature to those already approved at the main entrance on 26th Street. Placement has been carefully considered to respect the existing limestone ornament, and they've been selected for their differential scale. Sconce A is slim wall-mounted unit flanking the entry doors. Excuse me, fits within the carved ornament at the archways, and sconce B, sitting at the intermediate pediments between non-historic storefronts, is nearly flat, as I mentioned before, at less than 2 inches deep. We deliberately avoided anything that mimics historic gas lamp styling because we feel like it would not be appropriate given that this is a commercial office store loft building. Instead, we took the design cues from the main entry design at 26th Street and scaled them back to be appropriate for the secondary facade. The 27th Street service entry is used regularly for building operations, deliveries, and staff access. These 6 fixtures proposed at spacing that is consistent or that would provide consistent illumination for pedestrian safety along the stretch of 27th Street without introducing a new architectural language to the building.
Okay, thank you. Any final questions? Okay, not seeing, oh,
Just a clarification, since the community board mentioned historic light fixtures, do we have like DOT, a standard catalog of the type of light fixtures that we have typically approved, or this is all case by case?
It's definitely case by case. I mean, sometimes buildings had historic lamps or light fixtures that could be the basis of an approval. But even at staff level, oftentimes, you all don't see a lot of applications like this because we do a lot of them at staff level. Staff can approve light fixtures at entrances, either one or two. And in this case, a lot of these come close to complying with that. However, they're also asking for the two in the middle of the building that are not associated with an entrance. And that's the main reason this is in front of you today. But when staff reviews and approves light fixtures, they can often even be contemporary and really not relate to the historic style of the building as long as they're sort of modestly scaled, have a neutral finish, things like that.
Yeah, okay, good to know, because it's the opposite of DOT. DOT will always be in the catalog. Okay.
okay. Let's close the hearing and move to discussion. Commissioner Chen, can you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Commissioner Goldblum, can you second the motion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed. Yeah, and I think Corey made important points about what the staff can approve and why we're seeing this. And just a reminder, we don't regulate the lumens. It's really just the fixtures and their placement. But Commissioner Mann, could you start the discussion?
Sure. These seem modest at the same time, they seem kind of puny and out of place, honestly, to me, given the sort of contemporary nature of them and the scale of the piers that they're being placed on. They're not that big a deal, so I'm a little bit mixed, but maybe if they could be approved at staff, if they just eliminated the two dark ones in the middle, they ought to just do that and move on.
I think what the applicant tried to present in their, going through their presentation was that for thorough and proper lighting across the whole frontage of the building, they really wanted to cover that part of it as well. So it did, provide continuous lighting throughout. So, I mean, yes, I think that option was made known to them from the beginning that they could forgo the two in the middle and get a staff permit or something close to it, but they're asking for all of them today.
Thank you for that clarification. Yeah, I mean, I understand the concern. I don't have really a strong feeling either way. They're a little puny and lost in the field of the limestone and a little contemporary for their context for my taste. But if other commissioners are okay with them, I could go along with that as well. Not a very strong opinion, sorry.
Okay, Commissioner Wilder?
I'll follow up with a also not so strong opinion. It's awkward. Eyes of I can find like the lights.
Okay, Vice Chair Master?
I can find them modest and unassuming. I think that you probably won't notice them, so I can find it appropriate.
Commissioner Ginsburg?
So I wanted to add something the applicant didn't make. By the multiple dwelling law, you're required to light your street to a certain foot candle level. And if there weren't those center fixtures, I'm not sure you could meet the light level without rather large floodlights. So first of all, from that perspective, we really need to say yes. The other thing is when there weren't historic fixtures, I think it's much more appropriate to do a simple, modest, modern fixture. So it's clear that this isn't the historic fixture and you can close it out. So I can find this appropriate.
Commissioner Quimby,
Appropriate.
Commissioner Chen,
Same here, given the circumstances, and I could see at nighttime the need for lighting, especially in the central portion.
Commissioner Goldblum.
I could approve it if they were all the same, but I think part of for me, the chaos of it just is like, why are there two fixtures? It doesn't look unified or subtle or anything. It just looks kind of ad hoc.
Okay, Commissioner Mahan, are you persuaded by your fellow commissioners? I think we have enough people to vote for this.
Okay.
I could just add one thing. I believe the fixtures in the middle, there are options to have, different sizes, including some that are slightly taller if the issue is proportion of that. But I think, I'm sure the applicant's willing to work with staff to perhaps
Yeah,
bring them closer.
I think it's fine. I mean, I guess echoing some other commissioners, it's just, they're modest, but it's a little awkward and a little messy, I think, as Commissioner Goldblum said, but I think they could work with staff to figure that out.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
So can you read the motion?
I will do so. In the matter of LPC 26-09319, 15 East 26th Street, Madison Square North Historic District, a neo-medieval style store, loft, and office building designed by Manick and Frank and built in 1910 to 1912. Application is to install light fixtures. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed work will not eliminate any significant architectural features, that the proposed light fixtures will be simple in design and well scaled to the building, and will be installed with minimal masonry penetrations, resulting in a neutral, uniform appearance. That the light fixtures at the central piers will be installed at plain masonry, and the light fixtures adjacent to the entrances will be installed within simply designed panels below the more elaborately carved portions of the surround, limiting their impact on these significant architectural features, and that the placement and overall number of fixtures will not overwhelm or detract from the special architectural or historic character of the building or the streetscape, and that the applicant shall work with the staff to refine the selection and scale of light fixtures to maximize their appropriateness to the landmark.
Okay, thank you. That's been approved.
We're
we
gonna
haven't
vote.
voted. I'm sorry, Commissioner Ginsburg. We
Second.
second. And Mark, will you please call the vote? I apologize.
Chair Krasavich,
Aye.
Vice Chair Master,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen.
Aye.
Commissioner Chu,
Aye.
Commissioner Ginsburg.
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum, Commissioner Quimby,
Aye.
Commissioner Mann,
Aye.
Commissioner Wilder.
Aye.
With 9 in favor, none opposed, the motion is now passed.
Okay, thank you. And please do continue to work with staff. And we'll move to the next item. Corey?
Next item is public hearing item number 12, LPC 26-06596. An application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 1143, Lot 44, 128 West 72nd Street in the Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District. This is an Art Deco style residential building designed by William J. Minogue and built in 1935. And the application is to install through window air conditioner units.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Katie Rice, Landmarks Preservationist. 128 West 72nd Street is located between Columbus and Amsterdam Avenues. These are some photographs of the context of the building. The building currently has a violation for the installation of these through window AC units. The applicant is proposing the installation of through window AC units, but modifying the current installation so that the units have a more regularized pattern. So this is the current condition and the proposal here. So it will be a more regularized while still supplying each room of the apartments with air conditioning. Note that a through wall louver system would disturb the masonry below. In addition, the proposal is to restore the buttons on these windows that were modified for the previous installation. So these types of installations are reversible. Again, the proposal is to install through window AC units as shown here. And the applicant is here if you have any questions.
Commissioners, do we have any questions? No? Okay. For Corey?
For Corey. So is this the curing a violation or like a new proposal?
I think it's both.
Right.
Because there's one location that doesn't have one at all, and I think they're switching the sides of the units and others. But in general, there is a violation for this type of work here. But I think, as was suggested, I will note that if this were a large building as defined by the rules, which would be greater than 40 feet in frontage or 7 stories or more in height, then this exact work would be eligible for a staff permit. It's because this is a small building, and I think it was, and for many years has been thought that perhaps with smaller buildings, things that are permanent in nature, may or may not have more impact than something that would happen on a much larger building. So we don't see a whole lot of these. Often we're dealing with buildings with double hung windows where one can simply raise the sash and put in a seasonal unit and take it out when they want. But for casement windows, it's much more difficult to do so. So that's why they're looking for this. It's more of a permanent installation for air conditioner units.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I was confused by this myself because we typically don't review at all. We don't have to provide a permit for seasonal AC units. It's just because of the alterations, the windows here.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because they're not modern insulated units with, fake grills, they can actually be cut and mended and, reworked to accept these types of units. So ultimately, it's reversible for the same reason, as long as they keep these windows. But they thought that regularizing the alignment would be something beneficial just from a design perspective. But of course, up and down the street, you see seasonal units on almost all of the buildings everywhere you look. So it doesn't, in that sense, it's pretty typical.
Any other questions?
Question. What's on the other column of windows? Is it the same room or like?
These are all for individual rooms, so this provides air conditioning for each room of the apartment.
So that first row that doesn't have, that you're not proposing, they don't need it, or is that going to change?
Hi, Sebastian Fognegra. The 2 windows to the left are the living room, and the window to the right is 1 bedroom.
Then, obviously, this is, you probably considered a mini split system too, but that's more expensive than this.
Yeah, it will become major.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Okay, if there's no more questions, let's go ahead and move to testimony. I don't think there's anybody in the room that wants to speak on this item, so we can move to Zoom. Elizabeth Lee.
Those joining via Zoom who wish to speak, please use the raise hand function. You'll be promoted to panelists, after which we ask you to unmute, state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. The first speaker will be Landmark West.
Hello, Commissioners. Megan Fitzpatrick speaking on behalf of Landmark West. Our Certificate of Appropriateness Committee strongly encourages the applicant to seek a simpler solution rather than create further accretions onto this landmark facade. However, if the AC units in the style proposed must be installed, then our committee suggests a new half sash, which gives the tenant or property owner the choice of removing the AC unit seasonally and retains the character of the casement windows and facade. Thank you.
The next speaker will be John Graham.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. John Graham for the Victorian Society in New York. We are in favor of the applicant's changes to the window AC units, giving them a more regular placement on the facade. However, we would like to suggest that the casings for these AC units be painted black to match the windows themselves. Painting them the color of the windows would help them recede and be less noticeable. If this is done, proper selection of paint and preparation of the metal are necessary to ensure the paint lasts, but this seems a small price to pay for greater uniformity of the units with the windows. Thank you, Commissioners.
Anyone else who wishes to speak, please use the raise hand function. Seeing none, a note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 7 recommends approval.
Okay, unless there are any other questions, we can move ahead to close the hearing. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to respond to any of the testimony? I apologize. You okay? Okay, great. And Commissioners, there's no final questions. Okay, then let's go ahead and close the hearing and move to discussion. Commissioner or Vice Chair Master, can you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Commissioner Ginsburg, would you second the motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so the hearing is closed. Commissioner Wilder, will you start the discussion? Corey explained, why this is sort of an unusual an application and the issues with the rules here.
Unusual indeed. Yeah, I find it appropriate.
Vice Chair Master?
It's reversible. I think it's necessary and it's somewhat uniform, so I think it's appropriate.
Commissioner Ginsburg?
So I find this appropriate. I'd also note, given climate change, we have to find a way to allow for people to cool their apartments because more people die during heat waves than any other natural issue. The ideal solution is to put in mini splits, at which point you don't have to put anything in the window, but that is much, much more expensive. And so coming up with a plan now to create something that's uniform and reasonable seems to me a good solution.
Thank you. Commissioner Quembe?
Appropriate.
Commissioner Chu? Commissioner Chen?
I was just going to want to echo this commenting on the Commissioner Ginsburg's comment. As the applicant was saying, because of the housing shortage in Queens, certain part of Queens, should nameless, living room will have multiple air conditionings because they're subdivided. And so, and as he was speaking, I was also thinking, because I couldn't understand walking outside why there are two air conditioning on the same living room, but they're all like Jacob Reese, how the other half lives. On the other hand is I pity Europe right now. Majority of Europe have no AC and heat wave is serious.
Commissioner Goldblum?
I was sweating in Paris a few weeks ago. And talking to people about why nowhere has AC. One of the reasons that came up was because their historic preservation regime does not permit them. And I was very proud of our little commission here. And this I would say makes me feel warm, but it doesn't.
You don't want people to sweat it out, huh?
Commissioner Mann?
I can't top that. Appropriate.
Okay, it sounds, so we have support. So Commissioner Wilder, could you please read the motion?
Matter LPC -26-06596, 128 West 72nd Street, Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District, and Art Deco style residential building designed by William J. and built in 1935. Application is to install through window air units. Note the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Upper West Side Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed work will not damage or eliminate any significant architectural features, that the permanent installation of through window AC units will provide air conditioning to individual partners and will only require modifying or restoring select window sashes, and the multi-light steel casement windows to remain will otherwise match the historic configuration. That the placement and size of the proposed AC units and fixed sashes will create a uniform pattern across the facade and will be consistent with the appearance of seasonal window AC units found in numerous buildings in the varied streetscape, and that the proposed work will not detract from the special architectural or historic character of the building.
Vice Chair Massa, will you second the motion?
Second.
And Mark, can you call the?
Chair Savage.
Aye.
Vice Chair Master.
Aye.
Commissioner Chen.
Aye.
Commissioner Chu.
Aye.
Commissioner Ginsburg.
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum. Commissioner Quembe.
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson. Oops, sorry. Commissioner Mahan.
Aye.
Commissioner Wilder.
Aye.
With 9 in favor, none opposed, the motion passes.
Okay, thank you. That's been approved. Let's move to the next item.
Next item is public hearing item number 13, LPC 26-08404, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 1239, Lot 7502, 650 West End Avenue in the Riverside West End Historic District. This is a neo-Georgian style apartment building designed by Schwartz and Gross and built in 1917. The application is to establish a master plan governing the future installation of windows.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Emma Mooney, Preservation Staff. The item before you is a proposal for a windows master plan, and you are reviewing this because windows at select bays are proposed to be different from their historic configuration. These are the existing conditions. It was discovered recently that many years ago, paired windows were installed instead of single windows at select bays in non-compliance with a previous LPC permit. These are the tax photos, but you can see in the far left one, there was historically one bay of paired windows at this building. Here are comparative elevation drawings of the north facade, the subject facade, showing the historic condition on the left and the proposed on the right. And just a tax photo again compared with the existing condition on the right. And some additional photographs showing remaining historic fabric on the left, and photos of the historic windows, including the multi-light windows we're discussing, and the paired windows that were original to the building's design. And some vertical section drawings, horizontal section drawings. And just a close-up of the historic, existing, and proposed of the subject windows. And then just for reference, the same historic, existing, and proposed for the paired windows that were a part of the original building design, which you can see up close here. And here are some examples of paired multi-light windows at buildings designed by the same architects. And then at buildings of a similar scale and type within the district. And the architect is here to answer any questions.
Commissioner Mahan.
Would you please go to the, I guess it's the existing and proposed elevations? Okay, so this is the historic and the proposed. Am I to surmise that the row that's one in the column that's one in from each edge in its existing condition is paired, and that is the reason why the proposed is paired to eliminate inconsistency as they slowly get changed over time?
Good afternoon. Shinier Torres from Bertolini Architectural Works. Yeah, excuse me. Currently, those windows are like that, and they're better for the use of the tenants as well, because they were very large, hard to operate for some people without the assistance of staff of the building. They're basically almost square, opening 6 by 6. The other problem with that is that we spoke with the window manufacturer, and they said that since the windows are that large, they would not have the option to tilt in and clean them. So the only way to clean them will be from the exterior by installing scaffold drops or repelling So that's also one of the reasons why we'll like to install the pair windows within the openings.
Thank you. That all makes a lot of sense. Let me just clarify and make sure I understand. So what is the existing condition, the drawing
The-
that would go in between here? Can you like describe the columns of windows, how they look now?
Well, the existing matches the proposed.
Okay, thank you. Perfect.
Okay, any other questions? No? Okay, if there's no more questions, let's move to testimony. I don't think there's anybody in the room that wants to speak on this, so let's move to Stephen Thompson for Zoom.
Participants on Zoom wishing to speak, please raise your hand. The first speaker will be Landmark West.
Hello, Commissioners. Megan Fitzpatrick speaking on behalf of Landmark West. Our Certificate of Appropriateness Committee commends the applicant for pursuing a Windows master plan. We are pleased to see as much historic character retained as possible, particularly the use of wood for the frames. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on Zoom wishing to speak, please raise your hand. Right, the next speaker is John Graham.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. John Graham for the Victorian Society in New York. Like many apartment houses from this period, Schwartz and Gross's Neo-Georgian design for 650 West End Avenue, completed in 1917, focused much of our architectural expression in the design of its fenestration. The building retained the majority of its original windows at the time of the Ridgeside West End Historic District designation in 1989. The designation report specifically mentions the 10/1 windows on the West 92nd Street north facade. Examining the building's north elevation, the architects used the window design to divide the facade into 3 sections. The central section is composed of 5 standard width windows and is celebrated by a stepped pediment rising above the cornice. The right and left sides of this facade, in contrast, are each composed of 2 wide window openings. In the original historic condition, this wide double-hung window with a single upper and lower sash accentuates the difference from the narrow central section windows and optically lengthens the side sections. The window opening at the far left is divided into 2 double-hung windows by necessity, a deceit which the architects accomplished because of program requirements for 2 separate bathrooms sharing the single window opening. We are happy to see that proposed windows incorporate a custom articulated brick mold and through-style construction. However, we must express our concern about the proposed division of window types D and F on the north facade. We strongly advise that window types D and F follow the original and historic design with a single upper and lower sash within the window opening. We believe the proposed manufacturer can supply windows in this size. Unnecessarily dividing this opening into 2 separate windows negatively impacts the perception of the north facade and the architect's original design intent. Additionally, with both historic photographs and probes confirming the original black window finish, we advise that the proposed windows should match the original black finish color. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else on Zoom wishing to speak? Please raise your hand. All right, seeing none, I'll note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 7 recommends approval.
Okay, and would you like to respond to any of the testimony?
I believe Landmarks West mentioned that the windows should be in wood. They will be in wood. They're just going to be cladded in aluminum, the wood clad windows.
Okay, thank you.
And I don't know if I should respond to the gentleman. I just don't know if I should say anything about what he said, but I believe that those windows are extremely heavy, and for somebody who is not either young or athletic, they would have to have some sort of help to maneuver and open the windows or close them.
Understood that there's potential ADA issues there. Commissioner Goldblum, did you have a question? No, okay. Okay, if there's no other questions, we can go ahead and move to close the hearing and move to discussion. Commissioner Chu, will you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
And Commissioner Chen, will you second that motion?
Second.
Okay, so this application is for a window master plan at select. Oh, I'm sorry. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? I apologize. Okay, so this application is for a window master plan at select bays. And it uses as a model the paired windows that were only in one bay on the north facade historically. So while much of the master plan meets the staff rules, the proposed pair windows in these select bays don't match the original configuration, and therefore staff can't approve them, and that's why we're seeing them. So we're just looking to see if those are appropriate. And Commissioner Ginsburg, could you start this discussion?
Yes, I can. In general, I find it appropriate. I think given that these windows are on the outside, so all the paired bays are on the outside and the single are in the middle, it works. It's also good that they're doing a master plan, because if they came to us piecemeal, this would be problematic. And their issue about force is a real one. It's a problem. The ADA requires a 5-pound force that almost no window can meet. Doors definitely can't meet it. And so we get into an issue of trying to make windows more accessible and how we balance that against preservation. And I think in this case, this is a reasonable solution. So I can find it appropriate.
Commissioner Quimby?
I also find what's being presented to be appropriate.
Commissioner Chu?
Yeah, I was trying to think if you did a different version, because I do see the benefit of the historic condition of the wider window there. But could you do a division of a double hung and have an awning on one of them? It always ends up with a very large intermediate for the division and the frame, and then it doesn't, you've lost the historic reference there too. So I do think I can approve this as a compromise.
Commissioner Chen?
Yeah, love the comment. A 6x6 window is humongous. It's just so heavy.
Commissioner Goldblum?
I agree, it's appropriate. I think it's unusual. We usually see people wanting to make bigger openings.
Yeah.
Not to divide them up. So, and I think that it's noteworthy that they are committing to retaining the muntins, which is usually the other usual fight. I do think that if there is solid data to support a different color, that they could work with staff on that.
Okay, Commissioner Mann?
I also find this appropriate besides the issue of the weight. If one were to revert to the original window configuration, the whole facade is not going to be done at one time, obviously, and you'd end up with a mishmash, for a very, very long time, maybe, forever. And so I think there's good reason to do this.
Commissioner Wilder?
Yeah, I agree with the previous comments. I find it appropriate.
Okay, Vice Chair Master?
Appropriate.
Okay, I think we have enough votes to read the motion.
Yep. With regards to LPC-08404, 26-08404, 650 West End Avenue, Riverside, West End Historic District. A neo-Georgian style apartment building designed by Schwartz and Gross and built in 1917. Application is to establish a master plan governing the future installation of windows. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Riverside West End Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed work will not eliminate or damage any significant architectural features, that the proposed black painted metal clad wood 6/6 over one double hung windows will match the historic windows in terms of operation, profile, detail, and finish, and will harmonize with the windows throughout the facade in terms of configuration and proportion, that the proposed black painted metal clad wood mullions will match historic mullions at the building in terms of proportion, profile, and details, that the presence of a vertical row of paired windows within punched openings will be consistent with the historic presence of paired 4/1 windows at vertical rows of windows at the north facade of this building, and with fenestration patterns sometimes found at other similarly styled apartment buildings by the same architect, and that the establishment of a master plan will help maintain the uniformity of the building's fenestration over time. And working with staff, the applicant should show any information on the historic window colors and work to match that.
Great. And Commissioner Ekwembe, could you second the motion?
Second.
And Mark, can you call the vote?
Chair Krasavage?
Aye.
Vice Chair Master?
Aye.
Commissioner Chen?
Aye.
Commissioner Chu?
Aye.
Commissioner Ginsburg?
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum? Commissioner Quembe?
Aye.
Commissioner Mayan?
Aye.
Commissioner Wilder?
Aye.
With 9 in favor, none opposed, the motion passes.
Great, that's been approved. And please do continue to work with staff. I'll just note that Commissioner Michael Goldblum just had to leave. Let's move to the next item. Corey?
Next item is public hearing item 14, LPC 26-07932, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 1391, Lot 10, 11 East 76th Street in the Upper East Side Historic District. This is a neo-Renaissance style row house designed by Alexander M. Welch and built in 1895 to 96. And the application is to construct rooftop and rear yard additions, alter the rear facade, and remove a special window.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time. My name is Barang Baheen. I'm the architect for this project. The project is located in the Upper East Side Historic District. It's on the north side of East 76 between 5th and Madison, as seen here. It was originally built in 1895 as one of a group of 6 structures, all designed by the same architect for the same client. You can see them here. They're built in a type A prime, BB, A prime, A pattern. And on this slide, we have the historic images of the building all the way from 1940s tax photo till present day on the right. This is a image of all the buildings on the north side of that block. So the building in question, 11 East 76th Street, is pointed out with a red arrow. The buildings at the interior of the block are pretty much of similar scale and expression, whereas the ends of the block are anchored by larger structures at the avenues. Overview of the proposed scope of work. The focus of this presentation is going to be expansion, proposed expansion at the top and the rear of the building. We are also doing fenestration, new fenestration at the front and rear, which are being handled at a staff level. These 2 diagrams, on the left is existing, on the right is proposed, depict the proposed expansion from a bird's eye point of view. What we're proposing to do is to take the existing 5th floor, extend it towards the front, towards East 76th Street, add a stair and mechanical bulkhead on top, which provides access to a proposed roof terrace and screened and mechanical area. And as part of this, we will have to raise the chimneys to comply with code. Same 2 diagrams or same 2 3D models taken from the rear. Part of the proposal is to take the addition at the rear. There's a existing 2nd floor terrace, which we're proposing to raise by a couple of feet to bring it in line. I'm sorry, 3rd floor, bring it in line with the existing floor at the interior. And the other part of the L, which is currently 3 stories tall, we're proposing to extend to 4 stories. In section, again, existing on the left, proposed on the right. Existing areas are shown in gray and the proposed addition is in blue. So you can see on the proposed side, the raising of the 3rd floor terrace by a couple of feet, the extension of the existing rear addition by 1 floor, extension of the fifth floor, existing fifth floor towards the front, which does involve an adjustment to the fifth floor elevation, and the addition of a stair and mechanical bulkhead at the top. In plan, this is the fourth floor with the rear addition being expanded upwards to the fourth floor, highlighted in blue. The existing fifth floor, again, existing at the bottom, proposed at the top, being extended towards the front, but held back from the front so it's not visible from the street. And the stair mechanical bulkhead at the roof level, providing access to a proposed roof terrace. Bird's eye view of the block, and I wanted to speak a little bit about the block interior. As you can see in the plan at the bottom of the screen, the majority of the structures on this block have existing extensions or additions at the rear, which many of them go very close to the rear lot lines. The heights of the majority of these are actually taller than our structure. And the pictures on the lower right show are taken from our rear yard. So you can see that the rear yard and the rear of this property is very much blocked in. You can't really see down the block or other structures from the rear and vice versa. These two images, these two pictures are taken from the fourth floor of our building facing north. So what you're seeing is the rear of the buildings that are facing East 77th Street to our north. And I've highlighted the existing rear additions with red, and you can see a lot of the surrounding buildings have rear additions which are taller than our addition. In the image on the right, you can actually see our existing rear addition, and that's the area that we're proposing to raise by one floor. Images of the rooftop. There are quite a few adjacent structures that are taller than our existing roof, so we feel that the proposed extension of the fifth floor, which you can see in the upper right-hand corner image towards the front, would be appropriate and wouldn't be out of character for this area. And finally, a bird's eye Google Earth image taken from the rear. So we're looking at a line of, these are the buildings facing East 76th Street. We're looking at the rear facades. And what you'll notice is that, you know, in a way, this is a view that you really can't see. It's because there's so much congestion within the block interior, or because the additions extend far and are fairly tall. You really can't see all of these rear facades at the same time from adjacent buildings. This elevation is taken actually through the rear additions, which here you can see are cut through and are in white. And it's an existing elevation showing the rear facades of our building and the adjacent buildings. You know, we feel there isn't really a intact common thread running through these. There's a variety of roof levels and a variety of expressions at the rear facade. So our proposed, which is in the next slide, we're proposing to first, you know, we're extending the addition by one level as seen here, and to take our parapet height and bring it to the same level as the building directly to our east at 11.5 East 76th Street. Now moving on to visibility from the street level, from the public right-of-way. This slide covers the existing conditions. On the right, the diagram, the elevation, whatever is shaded in green is what you can see from across the street at 6 feet height. So the existing cornice actually blocks the view of the existing parapet, except for a few inches at the top, which are shaded green here, are visible. Now with the proposed, none of the addition that we're proposing is visible from the street, with the exception of the two chimneys that are at the south side towards East 76th Street, one on the east side, one on the west side. And again, we're extending these for code reasons. We have to extend them up. There is a historic precedent for this. This is a 1940s tax photo, and you can see that flues are visible above the cornice line of the building. And in present day, there's actually quite a few flues and chimneys that are visible, in addition to some occupied additions at the rooftop, which are all visible along the cornice line down the street. So we did build a mock-up to verify this. The next series of images, the image on the left is taken with a regular camera lens, and on the right, we've zoomed in so that you can see exactly what we're looking at. This first image is taken from across Fifth Avenue. So this is standing at the sidewalk that abuts Central Park. And you can see on the image at the right that the two chimneys are visible, but the main addition is not visible. And behind the chimneys, we can see the taller structure at the avenue. Moving further east, you can see the two chimneys, but not the proposed addition. It wasn't able to get directly in front of the building because of the scaffold that you can see within this image. But the chimney on the west side is visible. The one on the east is actually blocked by the tree, but you would be able to see it. Now moving further to the east, what starts happening is that the cornice at 11.5 East 76th Street, which is highlighted at the image in the right in red, starts to block the view of the chimney. So one of them is visible, the other one is obscured by that cornice. And as we move further, you can see the higher cornice helping to block the view of one of the chimneys. Eventually, that height starts to obscure the view of the other one as well, and we start seeing the taller building at the avenue behind the proposed chimneys. This is towards the end of the block. And finally, across Madison Avenue, I wasn't able to see the chimneys. As far as materiality, we're proposing a buff brick to be used at these chimneys to some degree to pull on the material palette that exists on the block and some of the rooftop structures, but also considering what the buildings at the avenues are that you might see behind the chimneys from certain points of view as we discovered. Going back to the front elevations existing on the left, proposed on the right, again, the only parts of this proposed elevation that are visible from street level are the parts of the two chimneys at the front at either side. The rear, as mentioned earlier, it's fairly congested. It's actually very difficult to get a view of the entire rear facade at the same time. Existing and proposed, you can see in the proposed that we're, as discussed earlier, we're raising this lower terrace up by a couple of feet to match the level of the interior, proposing to add a floor to the other part of the rear L and to bring the parapet in line with our neighbor to the east. And you can see beyond is the stair mechanical bulkhead. These two elevations, so again, existing and proposed, are of the side of the rear addition. So this is a view that would be visible from our neighbor to the west only, pretty much. There is a window, an existing window that has leaded glass. We don't think it's quite that unique in appearance. It doesn't appear to be consistent with a neo-Renaissance style of the building. So we think it's probably a later modification. We did discuss it closely with staff. And it doesn't seem to be appearing elsewhere on our site. Like we don't see similar windows either in our building or the neighboring ones. The proposal is to remove it. The owner would like to use it in a different project. And if that's not possible, we would donate it to an architectural salvage company so that it could be used somewhere else in the city. As far as the material palette, we're aiming to stay within the palette that exists on the site. For the most part, matching existing materials. And that's it. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ginsburg.
This is, I think, for Corey. The existing decorative window, we often, if people remove it, require them to keep it on site, correct? Or am I misstating?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably case by case depending on the nature of the special window. I mean, as per the rules, anything that's got leaded glass or stained glass is a special window. But we've also been shown on numerous occasions, sometimes it's very nice, a lot of craft to it, unique. Other times it could have even been done, in the 70s.
Right.
It's hard to know. So I think sometimes the applicants willingly just propose to move it, and you all may see that. Other times, I know there have been cases where the commission has allowed them to be removed if the applicant makes a case for it. And again, that may be based on where it is on the building. Is it an original feature or something that came later, et cetera?
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, not seeing any questions. We're going to move on to testimony then. And there's nobody in the room, so we can just move to Zoom testimony.
Those running via Zoom who wish to speak, please use the raise hand function. You'll be promoted as a panelist, after which we ask you to unmute, state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. The first speaker will be Zainab Turan.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Zainab Turan, speaking on behalf of Friends of the Upper East Side. While Friends Preservation Committee finds the proposed rooftop and rear yard additions appropriate, we object to the proposed light fixtures, which are incompatible with the building's architectural character. We urge the applicant to replace them with fixtures that are consistent with the building's historic design and draw inspiration from the neighboring row houses within this exceptionally well-preserved group of 6. Thank you, Commissioners.
The next speaker will be John Graham.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. John Graham for the Victorian Society in New York. The group of 6 neo-Renaissance townhouses on 9 through 19 East 76th Street were designed by architect Alexander Welch. As noted in the Upper East Side Historic District Designation Report from 1981, these 6 buildings with unaltered facades appear much as they did at the same time of their original construction. We appreciate the proposed replacement of the non-original wood entry doors with iron and glass doors. Examining the neighboring building entry doors at 11.5, 17, and 19 East 76, we note the ornate iron and glass entry doors as appropriate precedents. We advise that the design of the proposed iron and glass doors should more closely match those of the neighbors, as well as the existing ornamental neo-Renaissance style transom at number 11, rather than the plain design proposed. We also object to the proposed surface-mounted exterior light fixtures. While not original, the existing exterior lights are better suited to this historic context and echo the projecting exterior lights at neighbors 9, 17, and 19 East 76. The rooftop addition extending to within 4 feet of the front facade results in taller front chimneys on both the east and west sides of the building. As illustrated by the mock-up photographs, these chimneys will have a strong visual presence above the existing cornice when viewed from the street. We advise that the rooftop addition should be pushed further back from the street facade to lower the height and visual presence of the extended chimneys. While not visible from the street, the rear elevation features several existing decorative elements that are worthy of preservation. First, at the garden level, a pair of French doors composed of diamond and elongated hexagon panes of decorative leaded glass with matching side lights and a pointed arch clear-story window, refer to images 2 and 4 on page 34, provide access to the rear garden. A window to the left and a projecting bay window above are adorned with decorative ironwork in the style of the neo-Renaissance building design that echoes the iron and glass front door as mentioned above. Refer to images 2 and 4 on page 34. Finally, an existing third-floor window matches the hexagonal and diamond panes of decorative leaded glass in the French doors. Refer to images on page 36. All of these historic elements should be restored and retained, preserving elements of the building's historic architectural character without impacting the proposed design and function of the rear facade. Thank you very much, Commissioners.
Anyone else who wishes to speak, please use the raise hand function. Seeing none, a note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 8 recommends approval. LPC has also received testimony from the Historic Districts Council, which has been shared with the commissioners.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to respond to any of the testimony?
I can pull up the appendix where I think some of the items that were being discussed are contained, if you'd like. I think we discussed that those will be handled at the staff level, but
Yeah, so I can just,
happy to discuss them if you'd like, or I don't know.
that's okay. I mean, I think the testimony was addressing some things that are being approved at the staff level. So all of the work on the front facade is being reviewed by staff. So
So I'll discuss it with staff then.
yes, exactly.
Thank you.
Okay. Great. Unless there's any final questions, we'll just move to close the hearing and discussion. Commissioner Mann, can you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
And Commissioner Wilder, can you second?
Second.
Okay. Oh, and all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, now we can move to discussion. So I'll just kick this off by noting that this application to construct rooftop and rear yard additions and alter the rear facade and remove a special window is being proposed on a block that has had a lot of changes. And the context now is of buildings of varied heights, including at the rear Ls and additions. And also just that note that all of that front facade work, including the light fixtures, that's all being reviewed by staff. Commissioner Quimby, could you start the discussion here?
Yes. As what is presented, overall, I do find it to be acceptable. Starting with the rear yard addition, it's one story which is being added to the existing bump out, in which the rear facade of the top rear facade is being maintained. It seems that the top floor is actually being pulled forward, and I believe it's fine because the view is, it's not even, the only thing that's viewable are the chimney extensions, and I believe that's acceptable. I guess pretty much overall, we can find it acceptable.
Thank you. Commissioner Chu?
Yeah, I think that the addition is not really visible from the sightline studies that were shown, or very minimal. The only thing that you can see is the extension of the chimneys, but I think that that's quite typical to see those from the street level. I'm feeling okay about the addition scale on the top and on the rear. And in terms of the window, it's not visible from the public thoroughfare. I'm okay if it's being salvaged or reused in another project. The materials I find are consistent with the existing materials. They don't stand out. I think overall it's an appropriate application.
Thank you. Commissioner Chen?
Yeah. I think I concur with Commissioner Chu. The only thing is at the rear, I think the window, but I think I can see the point of, because the back is really not visible, and in this case, it's really a hodgepodge and the question is whether, what do we do in this instance? But otherwise, I can find it appropriate.
Great. Commissioner Mann?
I agree. I can find it appropriate.
Commissioner Wilder?
I agree with the previous statements. Inappropriate.
Vice Chair Master?
Appropriate.
Commissioner Ginsburg?
Agree with my fellow commissioners, appropriate.
Great. Commissioner Quimby, if you could read the motion, please.
Yes. In the matter of LPC 26-07932, 11 East 76th Street, Upper East Side Historic District, a neo-Renaissance style row house designed by Alexander M. Welsh and built in 1895 to 96. This application is to construct a rooftop and rear yard addition, alter the rear facade, and remove a special window. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed work will not damage or eliminate any significant architectural features, that none of the work, except raising the chimney, will be visible from the public thoroughfare, that the proposed two-story rooftop addition at the main roof will be set back from the front and rear facades, and the one-story addition on top of the rear L will not rise to the top floor of the building, thereby maintaining a sense of the building's original massing. That the proposed metal and limestone clad rooftop addition will be compatible with the material palette of the building and consistent in height with other rooftop additions within the row. That the raised brick chimney will be simply designed, typical in terms of material and neutral in finish. That the raised chimney will only be seen from the public thoroughfare in contact with the chimneys of other rooftop accretions of similar height and will not detract from any significant streetscape silhouettes. That the proposed brick-clad addition on the rear L will be simply designed, typical in terms of solid to void ratio, and consistent with the L in terms of scale and punched openings, materials, and finishes. The proposed addition of the L will be consistent and with existing additions within the row in terms of height. That the modifications to the top floor and parapet of the rear facade and the removal of the leaded glass window will only be obliquely visible from limited vantage points within the central green space and will not diminish any unifying features of the row. That the raised parapet will align with the parapet of one of the adjoining neighboring buildings in height, and the enlarged window openings at the top floor will be residential in scale. That the cumulative effect of the construction of the additions and raising of the parapet will be compatible with the scale and massing of the building and consistent with additions of neighboring properties. That the leaded glass windows to be removed is not unique, exemplar of fine craftsmanship, or part of a unified composition of elements at the rear of the building, and that the proposed work will not detract from the special architectural and historic character of the building or the historic district.
Commissioner Chu, can you second the motion?
Second.
Okay, and Mark, can you call the vote?
Director Savage,
Aye.
Vice Chair Master,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Chu,
Aye.
Commissioner Ginsburg,
Aye.
Commissioner Quimby,
Aye.
Commissioner Han,
Aye.
Commissioner Wilder.
Aye.
With 8 in favor, none opposed, the motion passes.
Okay, that's been approved. Thank you, and continue to work with staff. Let's go to the last item.
Right, that is public hearing item number 15, LPC 26-01739. An application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 1406, Lot 28, 169 East 71st Street in the Upper East Side Historic District. This is an Italianate-style row house designed by John Sexton and built in 1866. And the application is to legalize reconstruction of the rear facade and construction of a rooftop and rear yard addition in non-compliance with certificate of appropriateness 19-6008, issued December 7th, 2016.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time. My name is Tom Freeman. I'm with Associate Principal of Bernalini Architectural Works, presenting on behalf of the applicant, Nazir Kazanda. We're here to present a completed project at 169 East 71st Street to address a specific as-built condition that does not fully comply with the original LPC approval. Okay. We want to be clear on the outset, this is not a wholesale deviation from what was approved. The project overall was carried out consistent with the LPC approved scope, rear yard extension, rooftop addition, and a full restoration of the building, particularly at the street facade. The issue before you is limited condition at the third and fourth floor rear walls, where the as-built extends modestly beyond the approved LPC design. What we intend to show you today is first, the scope and quality of the completed work. Second, exactly where the deviation occurs and how it compares to the approval. And third, the broader context, how this condition reads in relationship to the surrounding rear elevations and its visibility from the public realm. Our position is straightforward. While a condition does not strictly conform to the original approval, is de minimis in scope, not meaningfully visible from the public way, and does not materially affect the character of the district. The project, originally approved by Landmarks in December of 2016, was to enlarge the existing four-story brownstone by adding a rooftop addition and pushing back out the back wall from the cellar level to the third floor, adding interior square footage and creating a new terrace at the third floor level and a smaller setback terrace at the new fourth floor. The expansion of the rear floors required that the third floor rear wall be demolished and be rebuilt. The work also included a full restoration of the building with new windows, brownstone patching and recoating, a cornice restoration, and general restoration of the building. This slide shows the photo of the street facade prior to the work commencing, as well as the building section from the original LPC approved drawings. The gray areas indicated here are what was approved to be added to the building, and the red dashed line represents the original building plane of the rear facade. Right. This slide, the photo pages here, the left photo is pre-construction. The facade was in fair condition, but restoration of the brownstone cornice and windows was needed. The center photo is as constructed with new windows, restored entry door, stoop, and cornice. And the right photo is an as-built showing the restored main facade looking towards the west. The left photo is of the patched and restored entry portico. The center photo shows the upper floors with the windows and cornice restored. And the right photo is a close-up of the windows, cornice, and recoated brownstone. The street facade restoration was carried out with care and attention to detail, extending the life of the building and contributes positively to the character of the district. All right, this slide shows the original rear elevation on the left and the elevation after it was moved back approximately 17 feet into the rear yard using reclaimed salvage bricks from the original facade. Slide 6. Okay, slide 6 shows the reason we're here. Right, the third floor per the LPC approval was supposed to align with the facade of the adjacent building to the west, which is at the top of the page, at the top of each plan. The plan drawing on the top shows the pre-construction plan with the building depth of 45.5 inches. The plan in the middle shows the approved construction, including the LPC approval, which also shows 45.5 inches. The bottom plan is a recent certified survey of the as-built with a dimension of 46.6 to the rear elevation. It appears that a combination of factors went into this. However, the actual third floor projection is only 17 inches beyond the original plane. At this point, with our investigations, you're unable to concisely determine how this happened, but it appears the initial survey dimension was inaccurate. I have a couple of slides here that just show those plans enlarged. That's the existing, and that shows at the third floor where these planes were supposed to align, where that took place. Right. This is the LPC approved plan with the same dashed line. And here's the as-built condition. The green line in this diagram is where it was supposed to go, and the red line is where it was actually constructed. Right. And here is an enlarged section showing just how small this is. The dashed green line was where the wall was supposed to be constructed, and the red line is where it is now. It's a 17-inch projection, and you can see by the green line, the actual far back of the building is in the correct location. It's just this particular area here that is the issue. Okay. Clearly more demonstrate this. Image 1 to the left is pre-construction, where the small overlap of the existing third floor line with the building to the you see on to the west. The center image is a rendering that was used and approved by LPC for the work. We have highlighted the area in question in the red box, showing that where the facades were to align. It is worth noting the rendering does not accurately depict the western building's multiple setbacks, creating a false illusion of a major alignment between the buildings where it does not actually originally exist. And the right image there is of the as-built condition with the aforementioned 17-inch projection beyond the west wall at the reconstructed third floor. This slide focuses more on the actual projection. The left photo, which I just showed in the previous slide, the bottom center photo shows that red line indicates where the neighboring plane is. It's a little hard to read because there's a gutter and the perspective as we're looking down the party wall. I'd also like to include that there's no, we're not crossing the property line at all, ever. This is just along the party line. And then the upper three photos are showing the existing bump out measured at 17 inches, along with a measurement of the cornice, which sticks out a little further. All right. The left photo is looking down the building, shows the original alignment at the neighbor at the top of the floors. And the solid red line on our property shows where the projection actually passes the facades. The photos to the right demonstrate what we believe is really a fractured facade, neighboring facade, that it's not the clean, smooth image that was, used from the rendering. While I agree the original approval had the third floor aligning with the adjacent buildings, this small alignment at a partial floor does not add or detract from the district in any significant way. As noted, many setbacks created a layered view that diminished the significance of the offending 17-inch bump out plane as viewed as a whole. All right. These are to illustrate that it doesn't, the non-compliant section does not negatively impact the rear additions. The photo to the left is looking east. The middle photo is looking straight on at the upper portion of the third floor. The right photo is looking west. Once again, we now feel these buildings read as a uniform plane due to the height and color variations. Also, the third floor was to align with the west building depth, and the fourth floor addition was always going to have a setback to it, and that further diminishes the perceived alignments in the building. All right, this final slide shows the visibility or lack thereof of the district of the rear facades. Clearest photo we could find shown on the left, where the uppermost fourth floor is visible. It's hard to discern between the vegetation and the black iron tower structure. Which is the focus of the approval. It's not really visible, and only a small portion of the building to the west is visible. So other westerly buildings are not visible from the district. The center right photos were taken last fall with vegetation in the seasons. The facades are not visible at all. The bottom photo in the corner there shows the small cone of vision to the rear elevation from 3rd Avenue. In conclusion, we want to thank you for hearing us and considering an application to legalize a non-conforming as-built condition. We firmly believe what was built, whether not strictly conformance with the original LPC approval, does not negatively impact the district, and the overall work performed to the building has enhanced the district, primarily at the visible street facade, but also renewing the building as a whole and extending its life. We respectfully request that you approve this change.
Thank you. Commissioner Ginsburg, question.
Yes. I, for a client a number of years ago, did research on construction tolerances, which are usually 1/4 inch, 1/2 inch. So to be generous, I'll say 1 inch.
Yes, sir.
You're 17. That is not de minimis. And no one's here. You should have had an architect who was doing site observations, who would have picked this up and told the contractor, you got a problem here. The contractor should be here. I find it really hard to understand why he or she didn't realize that when they're supposed to align something and it's 17 inches off of alignment, there isn't an explanation besides either total incompetence or getting some more space for their client. So I don't know if you can respond to this, but I find it insulting to say it's de minimis.
Okay. Thank you. I understand. It's not 100% clear why that was done. We were not engaged at that point. I can put my forensic hat on, and I have my own theories as to why. It mostly stems back to, if you let me jump back here to this section. I believe what happened was there was two, I believe it stemmed from 2 locations. If you notice, the front setback is larger than what had been originally approved, and I think that stemmed from infield measurements because of the sloped nature of the parapet. And then I believe, and and again, I was not there at the time, that when they were constructing the wall, the new load-bearing beam that was to take that reconstructed third wall was set in the wrong location.
Okay. I understand you
don't-
weren't there,
Right.
but it's, why aren't the architect or the contractor who were involved at that point here to explain?
We do have them present.
Okay, can they explain?
I have another question about the initial approval.
Let's go to that.
Yeah,
Okay.
since we're getting answers, can you go to the section that shows the green and the red line again? Go back to
there
that.
we go.
Okay. Was it approved that the third floor exterior was a new construction, or was it supposed to be the existing?
No, it had to be reconstructed in order to make
Was
the
approved
addition
as
happen.
reconstructed, it's just in the wrong place. That,
It's just, yes, when it was reconstructed, it was set in the wrong location.
understood, but was it approved as a new wall, or is it supposed to be the existing third floor?
New wall.
I
Okay.
think the staff has some information and
Yeah.
if you want to share.
So the rear wall was supposed to be reconstructed at the same plane as the historic using salvaged material.
Okay, thank you.
And
My name is
please,
Sir Khandala. I'm the professional engineer. I was the applicant at that time and I signed these documents. So we had the plans, somebody from my office, we put it together for landmark and we've built exactly what the landmark approved the plans. It did not came out to be the same dimensions like the survey, but it was approved like this with all the dimensions exactly same, it was built. But it did not end up because of the wrong information in the survey. They don't match, but built exactly what it is approved plan from the landmark.
I'm not sure that the plans showed the misalignment in plane that were perforated, but again, I'm not sure if staff have took a look at that or not.
Can I just make a comment? In any condition that an architect is detailing something adjacent to an existing structure, and you put a note that says align, that means align. Do not follow dimensions. Dimensions are always different in real life. Align means everything. Was there a note that said align the facade?
In our drawing, we don't have this note as a line. It only showed up in the permit.
So the original commission proposal was for a full height rear extension. Commission did not approve that and instead required that that addition be set down a floor and that the original facade, be maintained. And there was a clear stipulation that the plane also be maintained. And that's also what was copied into the permit as it should be as the findings for the approval. So I'm not certain that we have the drawings to show exactly what they show or not, but clearly the intent when the commission made the approval and what the permit says is that it should have aligned in plane.
yes, Vice Chair Master.
And how was this discovered? Like, did you?
When they were filing for their final CO, you needed to have everybody sign off. And that's when it came out.
Yeah, go ahead.
The applicant filed for a notice of compliance, and it was noticed by staff.
Staff did a site visit and noticed that it was out of plane.
Okay, during construction.
No, no, it's a notice of compliance.
Okay. Typically, as Mark was saying, an architect does punch list in these way earlier.
Even before it makes site visits
Yeah.
and checks that things are being built relatively
If there
according to
wasn't some kind of
plans.
problem.
Are there any other questions? Maybe we should move to testimony now and then we can have a discussion. Yeah. So is there anybody on Zoom that would like to testify?
Those joining via Zoom who wish to speak, please use the raise hand function. You'll be promoted to panelist, after which we ask you to unmute, state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. The first speaker will be Zainab Turan.
Hello, Commissioners. Zainab Turan speaking on behalf of Friends of the Upper East Side. When Friends testified in 2016, we objected to the excessive height and depth of the proposed rear addition due to its encroachment on the historic rear donut and its adverse impact on neighboring properties. A decade later, we are deeply concerned to find that the building was constructed with even greater encroachment, blamed on a purported construction error. As the as-built third floor rear wall extends 17 inches beyond the approved limit, projecting past the neighboring facade and further compromising the adjacent property. We do not think of it as a minor deviation, but as a significant departure from the approved plans. Friends Preservation Committee strongly opposes any effort to legalize this non-compliant construction. Granting approval after the fact would undermine the integrity of Commission's review process and establish a dangerous precedent by signaling that substantial departures from approved plans can be excused as construction errors. Thank you, Commissioners.
Anyone else who wishes to speak, please use the raise hand function. Seeing none, I'll note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 8 recommends denial, considering the disruption of the rear building line and the deviation from previously approved plans.
Okay, would you like to comment on any of the testimony?
In so much as, well, the neighbors, the one with the donut, if we go back to the photos here, when we do the, let me go, oops, sorry. The alignments of the coping up the upper floors, it still matches all of those things. So I don't really believe it affects the neighbor to the east in any way other than that it exists for the lower additions that were approved, and that's actually not the issue here. It's only the uppermost, Let me see if I can get to that photo where you can see here in the middle photo, the coping lines with the coping at the curved neighbor to the east. So that's, it's not really negatively impacting them any more than the already approved addition was. We still, again, I don't in any way discount the 17 inches. It's small. Not really a space grab. It's a small amount of area. If it wasn't for this, the need for this board, the FAR was much greater than they could build. And I've been into the space. The additional area doesn't actually create any more room. It doesn't create any more living space. It's just the unfortunate mistake that was made during construction, and it wasn't rectified. Had it been rectified, we would not be here at all. And that's the issue for us. I guess the other issue to ask is what the real solution would be, and how much would that be beneficial to this, to the neighborhood. The only way to really make it comply would be to tear a whole lot of this down, and is that going to have more negative impact than giving us relief at this moment?
Okay, thank you. And Corey, did you want to note anything?
Just noting, I was able to quickly pull up the approved drawings. And while there is not a plan that shows this building in conjunction with its neighboring buildings to either side, to show an alignment, there is a section drawing LM-08, which does show a dash line and says existing building plane, and shows the new construction in alignment with that dash.
Yes.
Okay. So, let's move to discussion. Commissioner Chen, can you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Commissioner Chu, can you second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Okay, so the hearing is closed. So this is a frustrating situation. And, you know, I think it's pretty clear that this was built, you know, not in compliance with the LPC approval. Everything is, you know, 17 inches out of plane. So, you know, I think the approach typically for these kinds of situations is that we look at this and, you know, is this in its built form appropriate? I think is what we want to consider at this moment. And so, you know, I would note that this is a varied row. This has very minimal visibility, and really only at oblique angles. So, you know, when we consider those issues, you know, does that help us think about the appropriateness here, even though it's not coplanar with the building that, you know, we approved it to be? Commissioner Chu, can I ask you to start the discussion?
Really more give every mistake that I think that's my challenge here. Is this 17 inches impacting the neighbor or view or massing of this block immediately that's noticeable? No. It's just very disturbing that these kinds of things happen and they are not reported when they should be, because I think this was caught earlier and just it was allowed to drag. And overall, would we approve this? The condition behind, if I look at it as an existing condition, is a bit of a jumbled mass. So is the alignment important in the current condition of the rear? Is it significant for this block? Looking at just a few houses around this property, my answer would be no. There's a lot of volumes coming in and out. There are different shapes. There's different heights. I don't think that the alignment here is negatively impacting the context, but it's more about process, and if an approval is made with a certain intent, we expect that to be done. I'm on the fence. I'm unfortunately feeling like I might let this go, but I want to hear what my fellow commissioners have to say.
Okay. Commissioner Chen.
The dilemma and the struggle is the same here. I think that anybody with the basic, even if you were to build a toy, you would know that the alignment is alignment. I mean, there's nowhere. And I'm thinking on wearing my former hat as one of the members of the BSA Commission. The one case that stood out to me the most was from your borough in Staten Island. A homeowner, because of surveying mistake, overbuilt a rear yard garage off by 1 foot. We wanted to grant it. We were advised by council we had to deny it. That case was denied just because the garage does detach off by property by 1 foot. My struggle back then was we granted variance for a lot of different bigger things. And this 1 foot, because a true mistake, a surveying mistake, that garage was taken down. So this is why when Commissioner Chu was talking about that, it weighs on you, just say, but here clearly 17 inches is clearly not a mistake. It's clearly somebody knew, because common sense will say there's a wall here, I build next to the wall. There's no way that you're going to go 17 inches. But on the flip side is obviously, as the applicant just said, what does it do for the neighborhood if you were to have it chopped down? You know, the greatest amount of construction debris going to landfill is construction fill, which is we created the environmental disaster by all these building materials are not reusable, like unlike Germany, all the part metals are reusable. Here we are not. We're just going to say chop it and dump it. And so that's where the struggle is. So I would love to hear the rest of the commissioners.
I think I would maybe just give a little bit of context to these, and this is more in thinking of, again, if the applicant had proposed what was built, what would you all have thought in terms of appropriateness? And I did just want to suggest if maybe Abby, you could put sheet 11 up and look at the photo of the conditions before this was, this happened. You know, often when the commission is protective of top floors, it's because there's a consistent cornice line, a consistent plane, a consistent fenestration pattern. And that didn't exist here when, you know, before this work was done. And as I mentioned, the original proposal sought a full height addition, which the commission did not approve and just said, you know, drop it a floor. And I think the idea was not only that, you know, maybe some connection with the top floor to the building to the right, but also just it's an approach that the commission often takes when it wants to preserve the original volume of a building. And I think there's also been, you know, quite a few other proposals that have sought to push out a rear facade, including sometimes its top floor by a little, by a lot. And if the context was something that supported that, the commission has considered that and in some cases approved it. So I just wanted to kind of point out that I think it is fair to kind of consider this if it were proposed in the first place, which it never was. They never asked for it to be 17 inches further out and you all said no. They were asking for something completely different, which was a whole floor taller, right? So you all never got a chance to opine on this particular condition in the first place. It's just the result of reducing what they had asked for in the first place. So I do think it's a little bit different, and you know, you all are free to consider this existing context, which is not as pristine and continuous as is often the case in row house blocks.
Commissioner Mann.
Thank you, Corey. I didn't know part of your job was to be a therapist for the team. That was helpful. Yeah, I mean, I think clearly, you know, the jumbled context, you know, makes I think we could probably have found this appropriate, you know, had it been approved. I think clearly, you know, it would be a net negative, you know, to require that it be demolished and rebuilt. You know, I suspect the folks here are struggling and you know, disturbed by this because you know, many of the folks sitting here are volunteers and do this out of passion and belief, you know, in preservation and sort of the words that are said around this table. So, you know, reluctantly, I too can find it appropriate.
Commissioner Wilder.
Yeah, I think this is a mistaken judgment. Whether that was or not, I'm not sure. But I think if they were going to make that mistake, they picked the perfect site to do it. Because of all the things that are happening. Can't go back, so you know we can only wish that some. But I can find it appropriate if this was presented.
Vice Chair Master.
Yeah, it's a very unfortunate circumstance. And I'm sure the applicant is not pleased about having to come before us in this situation, which is just time and money on your part. I understand that the top floor was retained, so you had asked for a full height addition, I assume, and that you didn't get it. And in that context, even though it's 17 inches more than it should have been, I can find it not inappropriate, especially given especially given the context of the rear row.
Commissioner Ginsburg.
So I think, Wellington, you weren't here when this was approved, were you?
I don't recall.
Okay, so it's quite possible that none of the commissioners were here when this was approved, which makes it difficult, because I know we often say we want something to align. In this case, it doesn't, even though we asked for it. At the same time, it's probably not the end of the world that it doesn't align as my fellow commissioners. So I'm very torn about this because it isn't a minor mistake. It isn't out of ignorance. We didn't know that landmarks required something, but I don't know why it happened. And I don't know, since I wasn't here when this was approved, I don't know if any of you were and remember it, know how adamant we were about lining it up. If any of the staff knows. I guess Commissioner Goldblum may have been here when it was approved, but
That it wasn't something that was explicitly discussed because it was assumed, right? Because they asked for a full height. We said no. They need to and so there was not a discussion about, well, could we
Right.
put it out 7? Could we, what do you think, given the context? So I think that's the one thing that's different here. But Commissioner, I do want to just not to make, just remember that there is, the commission can't, we have to look at this and decide if it's appropriate or not inappropriate, and that's the standard. And on some occasions, the commission has said rebuild something, not all, depending on the whole context. But I think you can look at this and say, I just want to make it clear that the commissioners were not saying you must align. That was not on the table.
It was a result of a reduction of a
Right.
requested increase.
That's right.
Yeah.
So I really don't know how to vote on this because it's really pretty appalling that it's 17 inches out of alignment, but it's not totally the end of the world. So as my fellow commissioners, I'm very torn about this.
You don't have to vote for it.
Right. No, I know, but
Yeah.
I probably won't.
I mean, I do think that it sounds like we have enough votes to make a motion. And so if it makes you feel uncomfortable,
Right.
yeah.
Well, we have.
Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Quimby, I apologize.
You'd forget.
I guess to share sentiments with everyone else, I am bothered and concerned about the outcome. Not really understanding what took place. We may never know what actually took place. And I guess I would say, as also noted, just on the flip side, as it was stated, it's not the end of the world. And then also, I don't find that what is presented to really have any major effect on the overall outcome. For that one, I will lean towards more to having it be acceptable.
Are we doing? So
He wants to speak.
So I will say something, I think I appreciate Corey's comment. If this came to us as a proposal, what I would say is that third floor alignment with the adjacent building to the right is not that important in this design. It doesn't have really any bearing on any data, I think. So if it helps, I'll say that I will allow this to go. Just because the disruption to the neighbors, the cost, the expense, everything is not worth it.
Okay, then I think we have enough votes then. If you could go ahead and read the motion.
case of LPC 26-101-739, 169 East 71st Street, Upper East Side Historic District. An Italian-style row house designed by John Sexton and built in 1866. Application is to legalize reconstruction of the rear facade and construction of rooftop and rear yard additions in non-compliance with Certificate of Appropriateness 196008, issued December 7th, 2016. Recommend approval, finding that the reconstructed rear facade and rear yard addition partially incorporate salvaged brick, thereby preserving a portion of the building's historic material, that the rear of the building is only minimally visible in oblique views from. Hence, therefore, the shift in plane of the rear wall and additional massing are not readily discernible. Thoroughfare, that the reconstructed uppermost story of the original rear facade matches the historic conditions and patterns of punched openings and corbelling, thereby preserving historic design features, and that the rear further than any previously approved and therefore maintains the that the rooftop addition is set back from the plane of the reconstructed uppermost story, preserving a sense of their building. That the varied conditions at the rear facades and additions in the row diminish the impact of the completed work from the special architectural historic character of the building or the Upper East Side Historic District.
Okay, Vice Chair Master, can you second the motion?
Second.
And Mark, can you call the vote?
Chair Savage,
Aye.
Vice Chair Master,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Chu,
Aye.
Commissioner Ginsburg,
Nay.
Commissioner Quimby,
Aye.
Commissioner Mahan,
Aye.
Commissioner Wilder.
Aye.
With 7 in favor and 1 opposed, the motion passes.
Okay, that's been approved, but I think you heard a lot of frustration, if not anger, about this situation, so, yeah. Okay, thank you. Please.
Thank you.
And, okay, so that concludes the public hearing, and our next public hearing will be next week on July 21st. Thank you very much.